You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, we're in mid-December, and we're close. We're getting close to that season finale, okay? The season finale of what show? This show, Ernestly Speaking. Oh, my goodness. 9 seasons. 9 seasons. We're about to wrap up 9 seasons, okay? This is episode 23, so that means you have episode 24, episode 25. 2 more episodes left before we take that nice little 1 week break, between the new year and transition. So we can, get ready for season 10. Yes, season 10. We're coming into 2026 hot. Episode 250. 5 years. 5 years. We're in the big leagues. We're in the big leagues. We're not taking anything for granted. Every episode, every year, every season, we were here. We're here. 250 episodes. We're getting close to that special number. 5 years. We're getting close. It's going to be a big bash. One thing I will tell you all is that the cover art for season 10 might be my favorite all-time cover art for a season. Might be. It's a little different than what you've seen in the past. Not that extremely different, but different. Do I want to get descriptive on what that means? No. But it's nice. All of my cover work is nice, but this is nice. This is I really got creative. And I did design it. There is an art direction with it that I really like. The scheme of it, the typography is consistent, but there's a nice pop. Different photography, but I really like it. And we're going to debut it the first week of January. So stay tuned, right before we get ready for season 10, celebrating 5 years. It's going to be epic. It's going to be a beautiful layout, rollout, marketing for the show. It's going to be great. So yeah, I feel like I'm ready to say that because it's one, is true, but also because, we got 2 more episodes left. This episode, the 24th episode of this season, and then the grand finale of season 9, episode 25. And then we'll have a nice little break. It'll be a 2-week break. I mean, it's a 1-week break for myself, but because every show's weekly, it'll be 2 weeks for you all. So I want to make sure we're looking at each other's calendars. Let's do this together so that no one is asking me what's going on. Let's do this together. So, the 15th, if you're an early bird, December 15th is Monday, right? That's episode 23. Let's then go to Monday, December 22nd. That is episode 24. And then Monday, December 29th, will mark the 5-year anniversary of Ernestly Speaking, which there's a little asterisk there. We'll get to that in a minute, but that will be the finale. It will end right before we end 2025. We'll be ending the season 9 of Ernestly Speaking, and then we will not be on January 5th. Nope, because that's going to be the break. We're going to take a break. We will be back. Ooh. Wow. Wait. Let me get my calendar right. That's interesting. Interesting. I'm looking at my calendar now. The 23rd is December. Oh, wait. Let me back up. Let me see. Hold on. Because I have to get my calendar right. So, oh, wow. We're pushing through. So the 23rd episode is right now, but I'm looking at my calendar in real time. I'm like, hold on, this is interesting. Am I really going to take that long to drop you all? I guess I'm going to stick to my guns. So let me back up a little bit. So the 15th, 23rd episode, 23rd, right before Christmas, that is going to be the 24th episode. Then the 29th is the 25th episode, and that's the finale. We're not doing an episode on. There will not be an episode on January 5th. Nope, taking that break. We will not be back until. Yeah, we won't be back until Monday, January 12th. All right, that will be the season premiere. January 12th will be the season premiere. Yep, I'll record because I won't be recording on. Yeah, I won't be recording on Sunday, the 4th. Nope, I'll be relaxing. I'll be relaxing on the 4th. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself that break. And then I will not be back on until Monday the 12th, which is funny because Monday, January 12th, CCP starts back up again. So everything comes back up again that day. Everything comes back. So yeah, Monday the 12th. And I think that's when everybody goes to work anyway. Well, a lot of you all might be starting work a little bit earlier. But I feel like that's when the city comes back on. You know, I think everything comes back on there. I mean, city council don't come back until like the following week anyway, but everything will be warming back up and coming back up. So I will, you will hear me. It'll be a nice 2-week break, which is good. It'll be a nice 2-week. So, everybody will get situated. See, part of me feel like I might be tempted to come back on that. No, but I deserve it because I do deserve a break. I do deserve it. I have been nonstop. I'm tempted though. Will there be a special edition? I don't know. I'll just say this. Season 10 will premiere January 12th, Monday, January 12th. Okay. However, you know what happened 5 years ago. Roughly 5 years ago. Roughly. It was January 6th. And my show debuted around that time. And it was a moment, right? It was a moment. And I'm not saying that something like that will happen again. Hopefully not. Knocking on my wooden desk right here. Not hoping for anything like that to happen again. It was a hot ass mess. And I know that there was that, Vince Staples who did that interview with Zawi, which was hilarious. Okay, get a sense of humor, people. White people were in the comments, in their feelings about what he said about, poor fashion choices of certain people or certain insurrectionists. And they were in their feelings about it. Listen, the things that you all laugh at, a lot of y'all laugh at Dave Chappelle and enjoy Dave Chappelle. Y'all gonna let Vince Staples make that joke and make his run. That episode of Zawawi it's on YouTube. It's Vince Staples. He has a show that's on Netflix called The Vince Staples Show that just had a new season. Very funny, very adorable. He's so charming. Very charming. Early 30s. Nice guy. I was a fan of him. I don't really listen to his music. Not to say he's a bad rapper or anything. I've never really listened to his music like that. But as an actor, as an entertainer, I enjoy him. I really got to be really aware of him on Abbott Elementary. He played the love interest of Janine on the show, Quinta Brunson's character, and it was like a really funny little love triangle thing going on between her and Greg, and it was cute to watch that. But he's fun. He's fun and refreshing in so many different ways. But that interview between him and Zawari, first of all, they would be a cute couple. I don't know if he's in a relationship. I don't know her situation, but they would be a cute couple. I could see it for them. But I found it funny. He made a reference about January 6th, and it was funny. And some people were in their feelings about it. Not people that look like us, you know what I mean? But I'm just like, listen, shut up. Because some of you all, not my listeners, maybe a couple of my listeners, maybe some of my Gen Xer listeners, will sit up and listen to Dave Chappelle and let him get away with a lot of problematic trash ass jokes. But you all want to feel so offended by that joke that Vince Staples made. Fuck y'all. He was hilarious. But you can watch that interview and see what I'm talking about on YouTube. Zawawi, that's I think it's a Ziwe with Vince Staples. It's like 30 minutes, but it's hilarious. He's hilarious and adorable, and she is just. I mean, I enjoy her. She's got her. You know, that show has evolved, but I will never forget. I think her all-time. There's so many different interviews she's done. Some of them I liked more than others, but the one that I have found that I go back to is the George Santos interview, which was a pivotal moment in that show, that series. But I enjoy it. The one that she did with recently with, oh my goodness, the short guy who's not funny, Kevin Hart. Yes, Kevin Hart, him. I must have slipped my mind. She was good. He's just so annoying. Kevin Hart is so annoying. It's like, ugh. You know what it is? It's just that he takes himself too seriously. And I'm not saying that the man has not had a rich career, because he clearly has done box office wonders, blockbuster moments. I mean, he's made a career. Like, no one's denying the man has had a career, right? But he's just like, stop taking yourself too seriously, sir. You are typically the man who has allowed yourself to be the short butt of jokes in every comedy that you've been in that made millions. And you've either been the Rock's sidekick or someone else's sidekick to help propel you. Like, get over yourself. Your stand-up comedy shows in the early 2010s were gold, and then you kind of lost it from there. And that cheating scandal just really made you annoying. And then your homophobia. Let's not forget that. But that's what happens when Philly goes Hollywood. I feel like a lot of folks from Philly that go Hollywood typically are a nutcase in some type of way. I know y'all want me to say Will Smith, but I actually like Will Smith. I know that he has his moments, but he's a lot more, I find, enjoyable than Kevin Hart. I was talking about Meek Mill earlier, the ones that go to Hollywood. Like Meek Mill, I mean, again, has had a rich career, but just also, I don't know. There's something about these guys when they go to Philly. I mean, when they go to New York, not that too, but really Hollywood. When they go to Hollywood, something just happens to them. But Will Smith, you know, I think out of the stock, I think a lot of people give him a hard time, but he is really, one, put Philly on the map. Two, has a real enduring talent. I mean, the man went from rap, from the Grammys to the Oscars. He has a Grammy and he has an Oscar. Okay, put some respect on him. And that slap, like I said, I know violence is not the answer, but damn it, if you're gonna slap somebody, the person he slapped was, listen, okay? And don't even act like violence is an answer when some of y'all had wanted certain other people to experience what they experienced. Anyway, but that's all this to say that, yeah. Anything can happen between now or between December 29th and January 12th. And if anything major happens between that time, you all will get a special edition episode, of course. But I am going to not force myself to do a special edition episode unless it calls for it. So let me tell you what will that mean. If there is a serious pop-off, okay? So if we do get a January 6th, 2026, which, again, we're hoping that is not the case, knocking on that wood, there will not be. Ridiculous random things. If there is a massive, major historical moment, an assassination that we did not foresee, somebody comes out the closet, someone gets caught doing something that was just diabolical, Cory Booker's engagement ends. Okay, that wouldn't be a special engagement. His marriage, he's now married. Marriage ends in some scandal. These are hypotheticals. I'm not wishing this for anybody, but I'm just saying this would have to be one of those types of things that requires me to get on this mic and not take this 2-week break. So I'm letting you all know now. But what we will be doing in between December 29th, which will be the season 9 finale, and the season 10 premiere, between that time, okay, we will be marketing season 10. Great, lovely announcement of the flyer, a beautiful rollout. And honestly, I'm going to put on my calendar when I'm going to announce that, because I am going to just do that now. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do January 5th. Monday, January 5th, I will announce the new flyer for season 10. And that will be, I'm going to do that because that's going to be my way of letting you all know that there's no episode January 5th, because we're going to be promoting the season premiere the following week, which will then be Monday, January 12th, which is when I start teaching the spring semester of my classes at CCP. So that's when the spring semester CCP begins. So everything is going to be on schedule, okay? So we got this, okay? Let's do it, right? December 22nd. I don't know why I kept saying December 23rd. December 22nd, Monday, December 22nd, episode 24. Monday, December 29th, season finale, okay? Season 9 finale. And then Monday, January 5th, we're going to roll out the season 10 promo. No episode, but promo, right? And then Monday, January 12th, we'll be back. Season 10 premiere. And we'll have a lot to catch up on. It'll be a really fun episode. We're going to have a lot to catch up on. And it'll be fun. So, yeah. So you'll get to know how my Christmas is. We'll have a nice little but Christmas. And then, of course, the finale. We're going to have some, we always love to do the end of the year roundup. My favorite movies, music, whatever confessions and tea I want to spill. All that will be there. But I thought that would be some good housekeeping. So let's get into this episode 23 of season 9. So it's been a lot of birthdays this past week, okay? Shout out to my girl, Jessica Anderson. She turned 35. Ooh, 35. Shout out to my girl, Lauren, turned 34. And shout out to my girl, Nina, also turned 34. Lots of Sagittarius in my life, as you all know. Jess was in Texas, so there was lots of love from all the way from Philly to Texas. Lauren had a lovely birthday party. It was a beautiful holiday-themed birthday party. It was like a holiday party / birthday party. Lovely cake that she had. I will not tell where she got the cake from, but it's in Bryn Mawr. It's this bakery in Bryn Mawr that is divine. So if you know about Bryn Mawr and their bakeries, this bakery is the best bakery in Bryn Mawr. It's been a tradition between her. Well, she put me onto it. She's been going there forever, but she put me onto this many years ago because Mr. Johnson, my husband, loves carrot cake. Well, he likes carrot cake, but his mother loves carrot cake. My mother-in-law loves carrot cake. And so how did this happen? Lauren, many, many years ago, went here to this bakery in Bryn Mawr and got a carrot cake for New Year's, because I always have a New Year's party at my place, a small New Year's party, a small little New Year's gathering. And she brought this carrot cake, and it was to die for. It was incredible. And Mr. Johnson he likes carrot cake, but he really, really liked this carrot cake. And his mom loves carrot cake. So he was like, I need to know where you got this from. And from there on, her birthday's in November. My mother-in-law's birthday's in November. And so he goes to Bryn Mawr, gets this cake, drives all the way to Trenton, and drops this cake off. And it's always like, it's her birthday cake. So she loves it. It's a thing. But Lauren put us onto this. Now, you all know who my personal bakery is, okay? My personal bakery is Cake Life Bake Shop, okay? That's my, you know how people say they got their own personal DJ and makeup artists and things. I have a lot of personals in my life. Like I have a personal holiday caterer, which for any type of large scale events that I do personally, Miss Dawn. Details about Miss Dawn. Any small events and meetings, that is Chef Zuri. So I have two. They're both black owned, both black. Miss Dawn, lovely black woman, makes Thanksgiving. She's my Thanksgiving caterer, and she does all of my big personal events. Any birthday parties where I need a personal caterer, she does that as well. And any other gatherings that I need, she does those large scale events. But I also have a personal chef, and that's Chef Zuri. He has his own company called Zuri Cooks. He does my New Year's party. He also does small, intimate dinners that I need, meetings that I have, and in my small, like, niche retreats. So he does my smaller catering needs, and Ms. Dawn does my big scale catering needs. And so those are my people. Bartenders. Now, Mr. Johnson, Bartender Barry, is going to do most of the things that I need. However, if there's an event where we both need to be showing up and being present, that would probably be, she's done some Keep It Cordial. Keep It Cordial is my girl. She's black owned, black woman owned. She does my private bartending events in lieu of Bartender Barry, But Keep It Cordial is my go-to. Yeah. And so I got personal people for different things I like, but I think I think when it comes to certain things, you need to get certain things. Again, my bakery is, Cake Life Bake Shop. However, this is not my birthday cake. This is not my go-to, but my mother-in-law, that carrot cake, I don't even know if Cake Life do carrot cakes. I can imagine they do carrot cakes, but this person in Bryn Mawr does these cakes. She had a lovely birthday cake made by them for her birthday. It was lovely. I put pictures up on social. It was a great, wonderful holiday party. Lots of family, lots of good friends. It was fabulous. Nina is back in Philly, as you all know, one of my besties. She just got a new house and a lovely housewarming / birthday party at her new place. And she lives not too far from me. So, like, everybody's kind of like in the west, the best part of Philly, in my opinion, best Philly. But, Southwest, West Philly, we're all in the same orbit. We're not that far from each other. So she had a beautiful housewarming party. Lots of friends from college. My girl Samantha, who's like everything. She lives in LA, but she came down to the West Coast to be here with all of us. We had a great little lunch on Friday at Pyramid Club, which was just spectacular. Pyramid Club is just great during the holidays because they really pull out the holiday decorations. Big ass tree on the 51st floor of the B&Y Mellon building. And it was great. We had cocktails, we had food, it was a good time. And it was just a fabulous birthday party. Lots of family. She has a beautiful new house. And she's so small and tiny. And I'm like, you got this big old house to yourself, girl. It's pretty. It was fun. I stayed late. And we watched this show on YouTube, and I told them I was gonna mention it. It's called like DJ on the one in the one bedroom, club in the one bedroom, and it's like this YouTube channel where there's like a series, and there's like DJs that's on this one bedroom, I guess, studio apartment, either in New York City or LA, and they have these specialty DJs that perform, and you can see people partying, and it's a good mix. And I guess people like have it on YouTube. Like, I'm a YouTube junkie. Like, I watch a lot of YouTube shows and programs. I'm really into YouTube. But I watched this. I was watching this, and this is something that Sam put me on to. I guess Nina and Sam are really into it. And also a woman that we go to school with, that we went to Penn with. Her name is Angerie. It was the four of us. We were all like drinking and having a good time late at night on that Saturday. And I was watching this, and it's fascinating. So it was, the episode we watched was DJ Diamond Cuts from Philly. And DJ Diamond Cuts is a great DJ. She had the episode. She was like in New York, and it was a blue room. It was people in the background. It's very black. It's a very black experience. But they're there, and you're just kind of like, it kind of has that Soul Train feel where there's music playing, but you're seeing people dance and what they're wearing. But they're all in like one like cramped up New York apartment. That's like a 1-bedroom apartment. They're all just there dancing and vibing while the music's on. It has like a very club feel, and people really like it. It was funny because I'm like a people watcher, so I'm like that. We'll talk about that people watching in a minute. But I was watching the people, and like it's funny because we're talking about how like nightclub scene has like died, and how the current, I guess Gen Zers and what Gen Alpha, I suppose. They're not even young enough to go to the club. But Gen Zers, how they're not going to the club like we used to. But it was just funny to see them at this house party. But that was mostly older millennials. But some of the people that was in the video, they were just not fun. They were like, you kind of like, okay, this person's getting their life, and this person like, why are you here? But anywho, it was a fun experience. So you're watching like old music videos and drinking and kicking back and having to kick back and just having a good old time. So it was very fun. Shout out to Nita, Samantha, and Angeria. It was a great time. It was just a weekend of birthdays. Also, there was a weekend of holiday parties. We were supposed to go to brunch. We were going to go to White Dog for brunch, which is our favorite thing to do when we get together. But the snow, and it really did snow in Philly. Like I thought it was going to be bluffing, but no, it's snow outside. So we're snowed in, all cute, Mr. Johnson and I, all cute, enjoying the snow. So when I started this weekend, I did not know the snow was going to be this wild. I thought that, we'll get a little bit of something on the floor. I mean, it's not a snowstorm per se, but it really was something, going on here. And I think for me, it got real because this weekend I recorded an episode of On the Record with Ernest on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, Progressive Talk Media, Word Radio. But the episode was live, and the entire building at the station, like the entire building that the station was at. And normally I will go to the station, but like the universe works in very mysterious ways because normally I go to the station, it's in Fishtown, and I record. But you know how you just look out the window and you just go, like everything works on time and on schedule in my life. Like I'm so happy that I didn't have to like I don't have to go to CCP's campus and teach classes in person right now with all this snow. Like there's just a mood. Like, I don't know. I woke up this morning and I was like, yeah, this is staying the hell in the house weather, And so on Sunday, that was my mood. My mood was like, the house is warm. I feel good. I have the option to record indoors in my place. I have the equipment, I have the things that I can record the show, but I prefer the studio because one, if I want to have guests, also the quality of the sound is even more, right? Because you have that live engagement. I want to be at the mic, I want to have the radio, station experience. But, this time around I was like, hey, it would probably be a lot to get all the way down there with all the snow and everything. I just like, we'll just do everything. So the producer was in the studio and we were doing everything virtually. I'm doing the show, everything's rocking and rolling, and then we have our 20-minute break before I was supposed to have brought my special guest. Good thing is the special guest is coming. The special guest is going to be on the show next week. So, without any snow blizzards, surprises, or issues with Wi-Fi or technology, we should be good. Well, what ended up happening was the entire station, the building of the Word, where Word was at, the whole building like went powerless. Not just Word, but the entire building. And so as a result of that, there was the rest of the show I did on Facebook Live, but there was no recording and whatnot. And so things happen, still got paid. I'm chilling. And honestly, I got my guest. My guest is going to come on next week, which I think in so many different ways, that was good. It's good that we're going to be on next week because they I found out the last minute that they weren't going to really give me their undivided attention, like their full time for the show. And that would have irked me, to be honest. I would have been irked to find out that they were not going to give me the full interview time that I would have preferred. So everything kind of worked out in its own way. So, and this is why I don't tell people who my guests are, because until you sit in the seat, we're not going to do any advanced promo or hype. It's just going to be, first of all, I'm the star of my show. It's on the record with Ernest Olin. So people like to listen to the show, and the guests are always cool, and it's always great to have guests, and we love that. But I don't have to, my show does not need to have guests on, as you all know, listening to this. It does not need to have guests on to make it interesting, insightful, and entertaining, and all the things. Guests are an extra ingredient, extra special sauce, an extra special, vibe. But it's not a requirement. Some people, their show have to have guests. If they don't have a guest on, they can't do the show without a guest. Some singers cannot do a song without a feature. Let's talk about it. Some of y'all faves cannot do they don't really do good solo songs. They can't do an album without a bunch of features. They don't have the ability to entertain you, excite you solo. I have that talent. Some others, no names needed to be said, don't have the ability to do a program without having a bunch of guests, because they're kind of boring without the guests, to be honest. It's a gift. It's a gift. It's a gift. And, I just thought I should just name that. But yeah, it's the show. We're gonna be back on next week. So when that episode happens, if that guest comes on, which they've already confirmed they should be able to, and I'll be able to get them fully, that we should be all set. We should definitely be all set. But yeah. But yeah, the snow definitely is snowing in Philly. Bundle up. Don't be cheap. If you need to be warm, be warm. Don't be out here going through all that unnecessary pain. Get warm. Light candles. Snuggle up. Close the damn door. Listen, I was at a restaurant this week. We're going to talk about that restaurant visit in a week. Great restaurant, but we'll get to there. But, I was at a holiday party too. I don't know what it is with people, but close the damn door when you're at a restaurant. Proper etiquette, especially when it's cold. Okay, I don't care what type of restaurant it is, but people just like to keep doors hanging as if people are not getting that draft. Close the damn door. And if you're waiting for someone to come, just wait for their ass to get to the damn door before you open the door. But that whole keeping the door, like especially at small restaurants, keeping the door open while a person is walking a fucking block up, I was about to go off on something. Listen, close the damn door. That is my winter advice. Okay, when you're at restaurants, bars, and places, close that damn door. So, holiday parties. I went to a bunch of holiday parties this past week, and I got more coming up this week. It is the season of holiday parties, and I love it. Monday was cute. It was a cute holiday party. The Pew, I was at the Annenberg Center, and it was like a Pew event. They had a holiday party, part of this arts cultural group that I'm a part of in West Philly. There was a nice holiday party at the Annenberg Center, which is on Penn's campus. And it was cute. It was a cute little gathering. It was very festive, very chill. I got a bunch of holiday sweaters that I am going to start wearing. And, a lot of you have already seen some of the holiday sweaters. But going to these holiday parties, it's time to put the holiday sweaters. Visit Philly. Had a media party. Met some cool people. Met some people I can't stand. I didn't really meet them. I saw them. Saw some people I couldn't stand. Met some really great people. Saw some people I couldn't stand. Josh was there. My little brother Josh was there. My homegirl Laura. We all really was like the nice little triple group. It was the three of us that just kind of sat back, sipped our drinks, looked at people we couldn't stand, and kept moving. Great holiday party. It was at this French restaurant called Flora. I might be mispronouncing it. But that's out there. I want to say, I think it's called Fleur. um, floors or whatever. It's on 2205 North Front Street. They're like a French technique. They make seasonal dishes. There was some great bites. They're in Kensington, a great place. I didn't have the full course experience, but it was good. It opened in September. It's a French-ish restaurant. Chef George Sabatino, he was there at the event, and they had some really great bites. I haven't had all of the food yet, but everything about it seemed very fun and festive. It's called Floors. I think it's called Flores, but really fun. It's giving date night. It's giving a casual dinner. Nothing too fussy. Based on the experience I had, it's an older building, very pretty. That bar is gorgeous. They have a beautiful, beautiful bar. Very, very widespread bar. There's an upstairs, downstairs energy. The building is historic. That building been around since the 1800s apparently, but nice, intimate restaurant. I wouldn't say small. I wouldn't say small. It's got some volume in there, but very cozy, very cozy. It's definitely giving date night energy. There are some booths for a group of friends to have a good time. Looks like it'll be a fun, a fun, lively happy hour situation. Very great cocktails. I did enjoy the cocktails I did have there. It was an open bar. Visit Philly, cut that check. What I will say about the space is that they have happy hour every day. And they're going to launch brunch on Sundays starting at the beginning of next year. So January, they will launch brunch. But the bites that I did have there, very seafood focused. So if you love seafood, definitely go. But they also had meat dishes, of course. But it was fun. It was fun. It sounded like a good time. The Lip Brothers, we should go. Let's see what Mr. Sabatino talking about, because we gonna make a stop. We're gonna try to go and see what's up. But from what I experienced, it looked good. It tastes good. The drinks were really good. I really loved the bar. The bar was pretty. It gave a very Parisian, parlor type of vibe. But I definitely enjoyed what I was there. I got to meet J.L. Jupiter, who is a very nice guy. Yeah, he's fun. J.L. Jupiter is a online community food critic. He knows his lane. Very funny, very humorous. Makes stops all over Philly. Some people like to compare him to that guy who is not as good as him, but you all love to make comparisons. And he's almost been forgettable. I don't even hear about this guy. JL Jupiter is been in the game for a minute, but a lot of people like to compare him to a guy who is oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to really look him up. It's funny, he kind of I don't want to say he fell off. That might be extreme, but I don't really hear much about him. This guy, but everyone, he's got a lot of national attention. He's got a lot more followers, but a lot of people have not talked about him. I've not heard about him in a minute. Keith Lee. So I don't really hear much about Keith Lee that much now. I don't know what he's been up to, but Keith Lee. A lot of people try to call J.L. Jupiter the East Coast Keith Lee. Sweetheart, first of all, J.L. Jupiter has been doing this longer than Keith Lee, and J.L. Jupiter has been in the game consistently, okay? But also what I'll say about JL is that he knows his lane. He's not trying to do fine dining and things of that nature. He's very intentional about where he goes and what he likes to support. And that's a good thing. He likes Black-owned places. He's, got some Cambodian roots. His life story is very inspirational. But yeah, he's been doing it for years. He's a pro at this. And yeah, he's a great guy. So got the chance to really get to chat up with him. And he actually gave me an interesting piece of advice about something in my career that normally I don't get. Listen, there are some people that give career advice or give advice about something that tell you to consider doing something, exploring something. And I don't really listen to them. The only people I ever take advice from in this industry are people who have actually achieved, have done things that I admire, that I look up to, or things that I'm like, you know what? How did you do that? And a lot of folks just always want to tell people what to do and give people advice on something. And I'm just like, but you're not there. You're not there. But JL Jupiter has his lane. He's done some really cool things. And he gave me some he whispered in my ear, told me something. And I was like, I'm going to listen to that. I'm going to take that into consideration. It was something very, a cool thing to explore doing. And I was like, it was something on my mind, but I'm always kind of like, I'm a little stubborn sometimes. But I was like, you know what? You was that nudge. I'm going to look into that. But that was him. I will not share what it is, but when I do it, and if it's something that I will do, you'll know, and I'll tell you all, and I'll give him the credit that he told me to really take it seriously. But shout out to JL Jupiter. I think about other people that gave me advice on my career. Oprah. What can I say Oprah told me? I'm not gonna spill all the tea Oprah told. There are things that Oprah told me that I'm still doing, that I'm still working on. But that whole, $500,000 or dinner with this person or whatever. Well, I got the, y'all know I got the party with Oprah and things, and got to interview her, and there's a lot of advice she's told me. One advice that I can't speak on, because it was in 2019 when all this was going on, and I can now speak on it because it's been enough years, so I will give you this piece of advice that Oprah told me that I don't think I've ever shared out loud. So in 2019, I got accepted to USC, and I was going to actually, potentially live temporarily in LA, because I really was in a master's program there. I was exploring opportunities, and I was thinking, West Coast has always been good to me. And it's true. Every time I go to West Coast, I have a good time. But I don't also live on the West Coast. But every time I go to West Coast, I always have a good time. And I really love the times that I'm in Hollywood, and I love LA and the things. Now, my mindset at the time was that, maybe I need a change of scenery, because I was getting a little over, I don't know if it's the East Coast, but really Philly. I'm in a different space now with how I feel about Philly. I'm very much understand Philly like a jigsaw Rubik's Cube. Like, I get it now. I get Philly now. I get my place in Philly, and I understand how to navigate Philly in a way that does not make me want to up and leave, because I recognize that I'm not going to let certain things stop me from doing what I know is my calling, especially in a city like Philly. There's a reason why I'm here. It's like Mary Poppins. Mary Poppins knew why she had to go to that house. And shout out to Dick Van Dyke, who turned 100 years old, by the way. Okay, he was Bert in Mary Poppins. One of my favorite movies, randomly. One of my favorite Disney movies too. Mary Poppins. I can talk all day about Mary Poppins, but there's a reason why she had to go to that house, okay? And she knew why she chose that family. And that's how I feel about Philly. I'm Mary Poppins. I flew in, and I knew why I had to come to Philly. Not some savior complex type of shit, and that's not what Mary Poppins was there to do either. But there's a purpose, and sometimes antics and things will get you distracted from that. But anyway, at the time, I was thinking about going to LA, and I really would have been a hit in LA, to be honest. New York City has never really appealed to me. I'm just gonna keep it real with y'all. I don't, it's not that, look, New York is fun. It's fun when it's fun, but I will never cheat on Philly for New York City. Just will never cheat on y'all. I will never cheat on y'all for New York City. DC, Chicago. Well, that's my birthplace. So I ain't listen. Houston, nah, I don't see myself moving back to Houston. Never say never, but Houston got this lovely houses, okay? But everything requires you to drive everywhere. It's just too. Me and Jamarcus were just talking about this. I'm good on that. I like going back home and visiting Houston, but I'm not pressed to live in Houston and try to do it there. But yeah. Anyway, and some of y'all are like, but then you want to go to LA though with all that traffic? You're right. But this was 6 years ago. Relax. So yeah, I thought about going to LA. I was really in the mindset there was a lot of opportunities at the time calling me to go to LA, and getting accepted to USC Annenberg was an opportunity to really branch off and really have an excuse to explore. I was like, look, the master's program is about a year. We were going to go there for a year, see what's going on. I had a really good situation there, some opportunities. I could have transferred some writing opportunities and do some things. And it would have just been a nice little hey, we're going to do 1 year in LA and then, come to Philly and come back or whatever. If maybe, or maybe not, but I was opening myself up to certain opportunities, and, getting a chance to interview Oprah and go down there. There was other opportunities that were happening in LA. I'm not going to, we'll save that for the life book, the memoir. I may tell those stories down the road. But I will say that the pandemic was a very life-changing experience that really changed a lot of things in my mind about my career, what I wanted to do and how I wanted to do it. But baby, if the pandemic would have not happened, what I will tell you all right now, what I can confess to now, because it's been some time, so I can tell you a couple of things, right? The memoir won't get everything, but I will say this. Had it not been for the pandemic, I probably would have been living on the West Coast. I'm not going to hold you. I was annoyed in 2019. I had come to a certain point with Philly. And y'all know what was going on. Fucking Mayor Kenny. Kenny had just got reelected. I didn't want to do another fucking 4 years with Kenny. And I didn't really want to deal with some of the bullshit of Philly, to be honest. Philly has definitely changed. I think the pandemic changed a lot of things. And so I was just in a different place. And I was really over it, to be honest. Not there now. I love antagonizing these politicians in Philly, in journalistic ways, okay? Not to be a bad guy. But I love Philly. Philly is my city. This is my fucking city. Ain't no one gonna make me go. But I will be real with you. The 2019 was a very interesting change point in my career. I got a book agent. At that point, I was getting lots of opportunities to do some things. And there was a lot of big talks. And honestly, I was looking for a sign. And when I got the pleasure of meeting Oprah, I opened up to her about it. Like, I mean, if there was ever a person you want to open up to about something outside of your, close family net, Oprah was the person. I was like, if I was going to ever tell anybody about this, I was going to tell Oprah. And I told Oprah, I was like, listen, this is going on, blah, 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 blah. I really opened up to her and got some real advice. And Oprah gave me some real advice. And what she said was, you have the type of talent that changing location will not change the circumstances. You have to look within yourself and figure out who you are and what you want to do. And location will not change that. It comes from yourself. And I won't get to certain details, but she was talking about just like her own career, that changing, like even with Oprah, like Oprah, the Oprah Winfrey Show was in Chicago. I mean, her situation is clearly different from mine, but she never wanted to change the location of where Harpo Studios was. She never wanted to change the focal point of that experience in Chicago. Like there was opportunities where the Oprah Winfrey Show could have been different places, but she was, at the time of her career, she understood why she needed to be in Chicago and why it was important to be in that city and everything that was going on. And that was what we was sharing with Philadelphia. That Philadelphia, for me, is her Chicago and that way in which she did the Oprah Winfrey Show. Not the exact same thing, but I'm not trying to compare myself to Oprah by all means, but understanding location and purpose and understanding who you are and why you matter in a space, and understanding how to do that with boundaries and do that with purpose for yourself, right? That in your pursuit to help change a city, to influence a city for better, that is going to be resistance. There is going to be those things, but there's also a recognition of your purpose. And what I have been able to do in Philadelphia on a personal and professional level, but what I've actually been able to do for Philadelphia as a city, like what my talents have brought to this city. You may not be able to do that in a New York City. You may not be able to do that in LA. I mean, anything's possible, but there's power there and there's purpose. And so it's clear to me that the type of talent that I've been blessed with and fortunate to have, a location is never going to enhance that for me. It's what I'm going to enhance for it. And you have to ask yourself the question. I guess for me, it was, stop looking at what a place can do for you. Look at what you can do for a place. And so I realized, what can I do to LA? I didn't have the answer to that. I didn't know what I could bring to LA per se. I mean, granted talent, but like beyond my own personal ambitions, what could I do for LA? I didn't know what that answer was at the time. All I could think of is what LA could do for me. But that was the mindset I used to have when I was in college, when people were telling me, you need to move to New York, go to Columbia School of Journalism, go here, go there. And I was always having that mindset. But in that mind, I was like, but what can I do for New York City? Like, what can I bring to New York City? Like, where can my voice and my presence be to really help that city? And so that has always been my mind. And so I couldn't answer that question. Oprah knew what her presence was in Chicago. When she was in different stations before, she understood what an Oprah Winfrey show in Chicago meant for Chicago. It helped transform Chicago. I mean, Chicago was a big city anyway, but to have a show like that in Chicago definitely meant something. And I realized, yeah, it do. Like when I think about all the journalists that I know across the country, I'm going to toot my horn. I'm going to talk my shit real quick. Let me talk my shit real quick. When I go to LA, to other parts of the country, if you talk to other Black journalists and you ask them, who do they know in Philly? What's a hot journalist? Name a hot journalist in Philly. They're going to say my name. And they're going to probably say Yuki Washington. They're going to probably mention Alex Holly. But Patty Jackson, this is her hometown, right? But journalist-wise, it's going to be myself, Alex Holly, Yuki Washington. Those are going to be the names that people are going to often say when they think about Philly. How do I know? Because when I go to different cities, people always ask me how Philly is. And they'll ask me about either Yuki or they'll mention, someone will say, oh yeah, there's this girl. They'll always say, there's this girl that's on Instagram. And they're talking about Alex Holly. New York City, who's in New York? No shade. Everybody's in New York City. If you think about, I think about Houston, right? I think about Isaiah Washington, not Isaiah, there's a guy who's in Houston, famous, not Isaiah Washington. I'm thinking about Isaiah Washington, the other Isaiah Washington, but, in Houston, anchor, there's a famous anchor that I think about growing up, and people all over know who he is. Isaiah Carey, a legend. People know who Isaiah Carey is, right? Isaiah Carey is, Fox 26. People know that name in Houston. Like there are a couple of Black journalists in Houston that no matter where you are in the country, they know each other. That's who I am in Philadelphia. Like people, when they think of Philly and they think of media or journalism or Black journalists, I am one of the names that come up. If I went to LA, I don't think that would be the case. I don't know that, there's so many reporters, writers, and folks in LA that you don't really have a unique presence. It's kind of like, it's almost like expected. Like, oh yeah, so-and-so, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, they're there too, everyone's in LA. Like you don't have a distinct voice. Like you don't have that. Alex Holly has that. I have that. Yuki Washington have that. Patty Jackson has that. Like there are people that have that, right? That no matter where you go, if you talk about Philly writers or Black voices in Philly, I have established that. A lot of people in these cities can't say the same. There are certain people in Baltimore that have a voice in Baltimore. Like they've been in Baltimore. They have a reputation. There's a branding there. New York, it's not like that. There's some people that are known and they, have their circles, but it's something about that feeling. I hope it makes sense. I hope I'm making sense right now, but that was important to me, to build a distinct voice and impact that did not feel like it was in a homogeneousness of the rest of media in the country. And I was able to do that here. And so, yeah, there's a reason why I'm here. There's a purpose here. And it was very clear to me. And I think the pandemic really put a lot of things in perspective because some things that I was going to look at and consider in LA that was calling me and certain opportunities, when the pandemic happened, all that went out the window. All that shut down. I had to take my classes virtually. I had to do everything online. And a lot of stuff had changed. But I was very fortunate not to tell people what my plans were. That's why I've been very good, I want to say, in the past 5 years of just shutting up. I used to be very early in my career, which like most young people, when something would happen, always, like to be excited, like to tell other people. But I have learned with life that the ink has to dry. The hands have to be shaked. The money has to clear. The checks have to clear before I say anything, because you just never know. You know, you're thinking something's going to happen, and then you're ready, and you're like, oh, it's a done deal, and then thing does not dry. You know, the contract, something happens, life happens, a force majeure, you know, an act of God, right? A pandemic happens, and then everything that was supposed to be at play changes. So there was some things at play that was going to get me to go down to LA. Okay, and pandemic happened, and yeah, but I can admit that I can tell you all, now y'all gonna be sitting here looking at me now. Now you're gonna be questioning my loyalty. But you know, I almost cheated on y'all. I almost was slipping on Philly. I was playing an exit strategy, a strategic one. I was about to dip and go to LA. I was about to leave y'all because I wasn't sick of y'all, but I was getting sick of the powers that be. And I was at a point where, you know, I was like, you know what? I see why Will Smith left Philly. I see why people be up and leaving this fucking annoying ass city. I was on that. I really was. And because I was just, there was a point. But thank goodness Kenny's no longer in office. Thank goodness a lot of people have been indicted and have been locked up. Well, y'all know what I'm saying. I'm just happy that the universe always come on time. And I'm never going to question the way the universe works. Everything happens for a reason. I am very grateful for the world just working in its own way. So I will say that. But you know, there's so much more tea. But I just don't spill everything. I don't spill everything. I think some stuff I have to rummage. And even sharing this, right? I didn't even if I would have shared this like 3 years ago, my response and the way I'm talking about it now would have not been the same. But I'm in a place of I'm just at a very great space of clarity and understanding, and even more so now. And I just think sometimes you gotta let time reveal things to you in so many different ways. And so, I mean, look at the way the state of the industry is, though. Look at how industry has changed in general, right? If I would have uprooted myself, my family, like just did all that. I mean, even thinking about 2019, like look what happened. My brother, right, went to Temple in 2021. Could you imagine how that would have played out? Like, there's just so many reasons why Philly was just the right answer. But life happens, you know. I didn't, you know, like now he's in Philly. Now he's working. Now it just, everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. I'm just gonna say that. I'm just, yeah. So this Visit Philly party, love the food. Visit Philly was great. I did bump into some people I cannot stand. There was no smoke. There was no confrontations or anything like that. But it's just like, you just see certain people and you just go, listen, when I said everybody was up in there, okay, so people were asking me like, what did I mean by everybody was there? When I say that is a Southern, that comes from a Southern experience. Like I was thinking like growing up, like when I had family members and folks that would come to a party or an event and they'll see certain people that were there. They're like, oh, they're just letting anybody up in here, everybody up in here. They just letting everybody here. It's just to say that everybody was there, the good, the bad, the friends, the foes, you know how it goes. And so that's what it was. It really was like, it was a situation where there were friends and foes and anything goes. It was that kind of energy. All I gotta say is that, you know, it's funny when someone you don't like or they don't like you or whatever, vice versa, or the same mutual, where you can't, someone you can't stand, but they have a crew of people that like you. And basically when you go to the bathroom, or when you move around, that crew cannot help but come up to you and give you your gots and still show love. Now, let me be very clear. I don't really fuck with them like that either. Because, you know, my thing is, you know, I'm a pick a side and stay there kind of person. But I mean, that don't mean I can't have fun and just say hi, oh, thank you, and be fake back. You know what I mean? But it was so funny. This person in particular, I won't name names, but they were there. We are at a point now when we see each other. They're in media, you know. She's in media, you know. We don't talk to each other at all. We just, it's clear. I don't really rock with snakes. It is what it is. I may have mentioned this person in previous episodes of the show. I don't really have that many new foes. Most of the time, it's the same people, y'all. And y'all probably be like, "Is this so?" And if you DM me and you say, "Is this her?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's her. It's her fake ass." But I'm not going to name names. We're gonna keep it classy, somewhat. She was at the party. We have mutual acquaintances, clearly, because the industry is very small, as you know. She was there. She tried to act like she didn't see me. I mean, the old school, she don't see me thing. I'm a Southern gentleman. Most of the time, I will, if I am in the same proximity person, I will make it a point to say hi or wave, just to be cordial. But she, at this point, I don't like her. I really don't. And a lot of y'all do like her, and I'm gonna be nice because, again, you are the public, and Hollywood is very interesting. Yeah, I say Hollywood, but you know what I mean. The industry's interesting. The people that some of you all like on TV or on radio or on, Instagram through stories and things. And I'm not talking about Alex Holly. Me and Alex Holly are cool. I'm not talking about her, so don't even do that. Some of these people, you all will be like, "Oh, she's so nice, and she just seems so nice." And I'm just like, this person is fake as fuck, rude as fuck, annoying as shit, and also just a very backstabby ass person. But they're really good at masking it. They're Regina George in sheep's clothing. They're really good at masking it. Y'all know me. I'm nice, I'm salt, I'm all the things. I do not pretend to be anything I'm not, okay? I am the sweetest person that can be if you're sweet to me back. But I have been a bitch to certain people, but listen, I got a fucking story. If somebody said, "Oh, he's a bitch," who is it? Tell me who it is. "Oh, I was a bitch because this person was a racist. This person is low-key homophobic. This person is blah, 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 blah." I will give you a list of people. Anybody I'm a bitch to, I have a story. I'm not a bitch just to be a bitch. This person, they're a bitch because they're insecure. They're catty. They're jealous. It's a personal issue they got with themselves. They like to act like they're just so nice and humble and whatever. They're a bitch. There's people like that, right? Where they're projecting their shit on you. I am not that person. I am not a bitch just for the sake of being a bitch. I don't find fun in that. I don't think it's a personality trait. I think it's annoying when I've noticed that people are like, their personality trait is trying to be that way to people. I can't stand it. It is a thing. And I think for me, I'm that kind of person where there are people who are like that. And then you'll talk to them years later and they'll tell you, "Oh, I had a lot going on in my life." Okay, I get it. Life happens. But that don't mean that I'm going to be quiet. Let me not talk too much. But anywho, the person was there. They have their little friends or whatever that they cordial with, they socialize with. It was obvious that their friends in their circle, I don't have any beef with them or whatever. So there's no problems with me and the friends. But it was obvious that they wanted to come up to me and tell me congrats on something and say hi or whatever. And it was killing them because they didn't want to get up in the middle, or they didn't want to bring me over to their circle because they know that person and me don't really vibe. And I can tell that they felt that way. But you know me, I'm not going to force anything. I'm going to be cool where I'm at. So this person, the person in question, I don't care much for it. They went to the restroom, I believe, or went to the other side of the party. And the moment that person pivoted to go somewhere or whatever, all those people ran over to me just to say hello and wanted to just really make it a point to say hi and, just, be cordial and be whatever. And that was very nice. I mean, mind you, I'm not naive, but it's just that, when you're a bad bitch, etiquette's going to be exchanged. But, I get it. Now, let me tell you about my friends, okay? I'm going to tell you about my friends, all right? My friends, listen, if you ain't gonna come over and say hi to the whole crew, you gonna come over here at all. We just not gonna do it. My friends don't move. We like Migos to the concert, baby. When they was, listen, if it's one of us, it's all of us, honey. We don't do all that. And if you can't come over here and greet all the friends and act like you got some sense, then we ain't doing it. So I'm at the point where I do sometimes don't have etiquette for some folks. Because it's just at that point where I know my mouth. And it's never going to just be hello. It's going to be, "What do you do again? Studio who? What? Where?" I'll get like that. And I don't want to be like that. Because there's no point for that. So I'm at a point now where I just don't fake the funk. I don't. unless you are like a dignitary and you're somebody where it's a situation where I got to be professional, it's a job, it's whatever. But if it's not, I'm not being any level of fake or cordial or forced cordialness in situations that don't require me to. It just does not require the labor. And so at holiday parties like that, public holiday parties, you just know. And let's be also clear. Some say, well, you didn't have to go. Oh, please. Listen, one monkey don't stop a show. You can go out, and this is just advice because people ask me about this all the time about going out to functions and how to make it work. If something is very raw for you where you think it's going to ruin the entire night, by all means, don't go. But if it's a situation where you can coexist, you can coexist. I can coexist with certain people in spaces, but that doesn't mean that I have to commingle. Okay? Coexisting and commingling are two different things. Just want to name that as well. So that was quite the holiday party. PABJ had our holiday party at City Winery, a different experience altogether, clearly. Shout out to City Winery. I know sometimes people like to give them a hard time, but City Winery, just to have a cute little private event is always a hit for me. We were in the loft, that private space in the loft, and this is our second year having the holiday party there, and I love it. I love it. It was a private party. It wasn't a cattle call. Lots of space, lots of hors d'oeuvres. People were not ramshack cramped in there like crabs in a barrel. It was a great amount of people. We had over about roughly 60 folks in the loft, lots of seating. Everybody had an ass to a chair. Everybody could get up. There was multiple bartenders. The drinks were flowing all night. Lovely time. Everybody had a really good time. And the food was great. And we just had a really good party. It was a really lovely holiday party. People really dressed up for the occasion, wore nice holiday outfits. I saw my girl Candace. It was always a pleasure. I had to remind her. She's I know she's an avid listener. She said, I called you, he called me, you called me out. I said, yes, because we're going to make these reservations and we'll go out to dinner next year. That is a 2020. I guess a New Year's resolution, dinner with Candace, with her, because she knows how to eat and she knows where to go. Maybe we should go to Flores together, whatever that place is called. If you've not been yet, let's go there. But we also need to go to some other places too, because she began those reservations. But I digress. So what else did I do? I want to make sure I pronounce this restaurant right, because I've been saying Kalila. I want to pronounce it correctly. It is Kalila. Not Kalila. I've been saying Kalila, but it's Kalila. Yeah, Kalila. And I say this because you all saw on Instagram, Mr. Johnson made this lovely dinner. I'm going to mispronounce what this dish is, but it is from Nook's book. Kalia. Now I'm gonna fucking butcher this the entire time. Let me just breathe. Kalea. Yeah, Kalea's cookbook from Nook. Not Knock. Y'all been calling her Knock. It's Nook. Y'all as in myself. But Nook has that wonderful book called Kalea's Southern Thai Kitchen. It is a very good cookbook. And I've had it for about a year now. But I have not really done anything with the recipes. Well, Mr. Johnson decided to crack that book open and had a very great dish. This is the Southern style chicken curry dish. It was really, really good. He beat himself up trying to get into it. But he beat himself up trying to get into this situation. But it's Kalea's Southern Thai Kitchen. But he was trying to be specific about the recipe, which trying to find these makrut lime leaves, which first of all, apparently lime leaves are hard to find, but the recipe was really good. This recipe comes from Nook's great grandmother's chicken curry recipe, and it is one of her most beloved dishes. Her family have loved it for generations. They really made it in Trang, which is in Taiwan. And they served as it's normally a summer lunch dish, but given that we are in this very, very, cold climate, a good curry, right? a good chicken curry with the right flavor, right? The coconut rice, all the good things. You can't go wrong. And so it was a very delicious dinner. And you all, it was a great Sunday supper, okay? A great recipe. And it's a great holiday gift. If you really want to give someone something for the holidays, a good Christmas gift for those who do cook, Kalea's Southern Thai Kitchen. You can get it now wherever books are sold. You can get the book from Amazon. You can get it from, wherever books are sold. It is a good situation. So I want to say, speaking of books, let me quiet. Speaking of restaurants, I also went to me and my good friend Chris Bartlett. We went to Tuba Choi, which is not Taba Choi, Tuba Choi. Tuba Choi. It is a really divine restaurant, Filipino cuisine at its finest, and it's in South Philly, and it's a great Filipino restaurant. I've always heard about it. I've always had bites at events, but I've never had a full sit down dinner. But we did. Myself and Chris, we went last week, and it was a great restaurant. One of the things I like about it is that they have a really great tasting menu, $55 per person, which is impressive for a restaurant like this. Really good food, really good authentic Filipino cuisine. We didn't do the tasting menu because I wanted to have certain dishes, because I will say this about the tasting menu. So you get the starters, you get to try all the different starters, which is the lumpia, which is the pork spring roll with chili gastrique. There is the tuba choy Caesar salad, which is like Napa mustard greens, this really good cured duck yolk, chili and fried shallots and scallions and sesame, really, really good. Also, those fried chicken wings. They're unbreaded. They're jumbo. There is a very herby soy vinaigrette. Those wings are so good. But then it's a mystery. You don't know what's gonna come out. So they have their small plates and their entrees. You don't really know what's going to come out. And so that was the thing for me. Like, I wanted to try certain dishes, and I didn't want to roll the dice and get something that I didn't like. I didn't want to get the tasting menu and then get additional things, or get things I may not want it but didn't. So for example, the Filipino spaghetti, it's with tomato sauce, hot dogs, honey butter, Thai basil, and cheddar and other things. Not my personal appetite. I didn't get that. Chris got it. He said it was really good. But what I got instead was the arroz caldo, which was the chicken and rice congee with the soft-boiled egg, the scallion, and the garlic and the patis. I really wanted to try that dish, and it was so good. It was perfect for the weather. Which brings me to this. So they're a BYOB, by the way. They're a BYOB. But they also do serve like fountain lemonades and things of that nature. But it's a very small restaurant. It's very intimate. Like, it's very small. Very, very small. Like, I think there might be like maybe 20 seats in there, maybe less than that, but it's very intimate, very small. The reservations, I can see why they're always booked. It's a very small, it's like it's like the size of like a 1-bedroom, not even a 1-bedroom, take that back, a studio apartment. It's like a studio apartment size, like tight. Very popular though. There was not an empty seat in that John. It was very packed. But that was the thing. We was by the window, and people just kept opening that damn door, and that draft was coming in. And I was looking at some of these people like, sir, close the damn door. But anywho, it was a great restaurant though. So the main course I had was the kare kare, which is the pork cheeks dish with the peanut and the annatto with the toasted rice and the green beans. Dessert, the ube sundae. Oh my goodness, get that, okay? I was gonna probably get the pandan cheesecake, but I said I always get cheesecake. I got the ube sundae. It was a ube soft serve. It's a purple root ice cream or soft serve with a coconut caramel puffed ice, and had the turon which is these fried banana spring rolls with the coconut caramel and the powdered sugar. Oh my goodness. That was a memorable dessert. That was definitely a memorable dessert, top tier dessert. If I was at Eater and I did like best restaurant desserts, that ube sundae from Tubachoy would have put it on the list. Definitely a memorable dessert. Really, really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed the whole experience. If you can get a reservation there, go. We went on a Thursday. Friday, Saturday, baby, you can forget it unless you get early. But I made a reservation. It was a great BYOB. Definitely fun BYOB spot. Definitely a date night. This is not a place. I mean, I saw a big table there. This is not a place to bring a large group. This is a place for like you and a bestie, you and your boo, you and a good friend catching up. Me and Candace, something like that. You see, I'm going to keep trolling you. Make plans. No, I'm joking, or not joking. But that is a place where it's just you and a bestie. So it was perfect for Chris and I to just go there, sit there, have a good dinner, and have a good chat. I will say though, heads up, this is not the type of, because of how tight it is. You do not, this is a restaurant that will tell you your 2 hours, your 90 minutes is up. They will not let you, this is not the kind of restaurant where you can just sit for 3 hours and order things and get wine. Like once that check come, they kicking you out. Because they really do turn those tables fast. But that's what happens with small restaurants. I really wish it's something, I'm going to say this, and it's not the fault of the restaurateurs. But Philly, we got to do something about this restaurant and rent, y'all. Y'all got to do something about You got to let these restaurants do what they do. Y'all got to give them better space. I don't know what it is, but some of the best restaurants in Philadelphia are small as fuck. And I think it's because of the rent or something. We got to do something about this. It's killing us. It's killing us because I'm so happy that Nook at Kalea did a really good job. Y'all teasing me. Y'all going to tease me about the way I say Kalea. Y'all going to end up taking these in sound bites. But shout out to Nook, what she did with Kalea. Because in South Philly, when it was an Italian market, that place was small as hell. The size of like a Tubachoy, like very small ass restaurant. But the fact that she expanded to Fishtown and made it this big, huge blockbuster restaurant, a lot of people don't get funding like that. A lot of people don't get support like that. But a lot of these restaurants need that. Like Mon was, what's funny? That's what it is. Okay, for those who've been to Mon, that is where Kaleo is at. Kalea was at where Mon was located. A lot of history takes place at that little South Philly location over there. That in the Italian market, that is where Kaleo used to be. It used to be where Mon is. Now, Mon is small. But the way that, Phila is doing his big one and his wife, they're going to need to get a bigger space. Because even Sal, the other restaurant, the seafood restaurant he has, that place is so small. And it's smaller than Mon. Listen, we gotta do it because what's gonna happen is that one, there's gonna be a lot of money missing. They can make so much more money. And they gotta expand. And yeah, you gotta trust your gut and take a big risk. But we need a bigger space for Mon. And Tubachoy, a little bit bigger. You don't gotta be as big as Fishtown. I mean, Kalea and Fishtown. You don't gotta be as big as Borromini, but we gotta figure this out. We gotta figure this out because I just feel like a lot of these restaurants are very popular and there's a lot of opportunity. And I just hate when I hear stories of people just not being able to get into these restaurants. And it's like, yeah, we gotta figure it out. And it's not the fault of the restaurateur. It's really the city. The city's got to do a better job with rent or something. We got to do better tax breaks and incentives for restaurant owners. But something's got to happen because I just feel like this city's too damn big for us to be having. We're still doing small restaurants. And I get that people don't know or they don't know if it's going to pop or not. But I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it was a good restaurant though. What can I say before we get to hot topics? Something is coming. Something y'all been waiting for. The ink has dried. The contract has been signed. The deal has been made. We're ready to launch. Hard launch of something that I've been talking about all this year. And I told you all that this was going to come this year. And you all were thinking, well, it's December. We haven't heard it yet. Guess we're going to have to wait until I'm a man of my word. Announcement is coming. And it's going to probably come this week. It's finally here. I've been teasing. But the ink is dried. The deal is done. You are going to finally know what it is. I'm finally going to be able to tell you. And the good thing is that right around this time, we're in the last episode of season 9. We're going to go into full mode about this, which it almost kind of feels full circle. I'm talking too much. But we've arrived. The moment you all have been waiting for. It's coming. B2. I've called it B2. I might be even talking too much already, but at this point I can say it. I'm not going to tell you what B2 is. If you don't listen to the show, you don't know what I'm talking about. Fine. But B2 is here. And we're going to announce it very, very soon. You're going to know the name. You're going to know everything. Everything is coming. This week. It should be this week. I want to say quote me on it. I feel confident. I'm going to say this week. Yeah. I'm going to say this week. I'm going to take a swing. I'm going to say this week. Beware. It can happen on any moment. It can just drop from the sky. It can happen any moment this week. So, stay tuned. That's my tease. Now, let's get to hot topics. So, there's been a string this past weekend of unfortunate shootings on different parts of the world. Brown University, of course, an Ivy League institution. Individual killed. Videos have circulated of students being in shelter on campus. Very tragic, very traumatizing. Somebody who was a victim who was traumatized by Sandy Hook in their youth had to relive another shooting crisis of this nature in their teens or early adulthood. It's just frustrating. And it's infuriating. And I think that, this is the type of stuff that, what else is there to say? Right? We look at Australia, an incident on the first day of Hanukkah. I believe now at this point, nearly over a dozen people were killed. There was a very good video, however, of a Muslim man that appeared to confront one of the gunmen and take him down and take the gun from him. Didn't shoot him. And I always thought to myself that what it would be like to see a person that would see an active shooter and confront them. And this man on video is seen, the gunman had a rifle, or what looked like a really serious heavy gun. He actively just looking to shoot people. This man ran up on him and took him down and got the gun out of his hand and then picked up the gun and chose not to shoot him. Listen, I would have shot him in the leg so he could have stayed in place. I don't think I would have killed him, but I would have shot him in the leg and made him stay in place. And that was a moment, But yeah, it was quite the time. And yeah, we see a lot of these situations take place, and I just think people are just tired, right? People are tired of the politics that we see. People are tired of the way in which we talk about gun control and gun violence. It's unfortunate, right? What happened in Australia is clearly an act of anti-Semitism. No doubt. What we saw that took place at Brown is just another example of domestic terrorism. And at a certain point, we could talk about gun control laws all day, but we got to look at who we elected. If anybody want to do anything serious about gun control and protecting people, you wouldn't elect the people that you've elected in office. Period. Who you elect tells you where you are. Period. Period. I think that's important. That's important, you know? There's a lot of conversations being had, and I think too many people are ignoring the realities of that. Um, I personally see it all the time. Um, Everyone's saying, look, you know, thoughts and prayers. Okay. Thoughts and prayers all day. I mean, you all heard what Donald Trump said. Things can happen. That was his response to the shootings. In a press conference, he said things can happen. Another passive aggressive remark and statement. And of course, we know the predictions. People will act like they're outraged and say, oh, that he should be ashamed and he should condemn. But like, this is so fucking performative. It's so fucking performative, you know? I mean, this man was sweaty at this press conference, rambling about snakes and Ivanka. Yeah. Well, I guess the promising news, you know, is that authorities have identified the person of interest in the Brown shooting. Someone's been ID'd and have been taken into authority. Apparently, the person of interest had nabbed the hotel, which is even more ridiculous. It's a lot. You know, it's a lot. So, yeah, I just wanted to just take that moment. I wasn't expecting this would be on my agenda for the podcast. I mean, this was kind of came hot to the desk, but this all took place very, very late into the weeds of Saturday night, early morning, just like, just a lot. There was some mega meltdowns. A lot of people are over Kash Patel. Even mega people are over him. FBI director is coming over fire. People feel like he's bundled his handling of these several high-profile FBI probes. People, once again, are saying that he delayed naming a person of interest in custody in connection with the shooting. There's a lot of far-right pro-Trump accounts online that's barely been dragging him all up and down the timeline on Sunday about naming the identity and nationality of the shooter. That's what a lot of people have been asking. Like, who's the suspect? Name the suspect. Who is it? What's their identity? And I just think it's getting very telling. Like when you hear about these types of shootings and things, it's Benjamin Erickson. He's a 24-year-old from Wisconsin. It's always that lone white wolf from Wisconsin. Wisconsin, y'all. White, young white man. Mm, 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 mm. I mean, Charlie Kirk. I mean, he's dead, but his shooter was a white guy. Even in the midst of him being shot, he was actually trying to, change up his flow, right? He was literally trying to act as if most of the mass shooters that we know could be black. He was telling a lie right before he got shot. And here we are again. More mass shootings, more assassinations. And the ID typically is young white male. Just saying. Trump land has been in chaos. There's been lots of conversation about Trump's aging. I mean, 79 years old. We've been talking about this for a while. But a lot of people are saying that Trump's current downfall or downgrading, right? I want to say downfall, but because I think at the end of the day, this man got reelected, right? And as much as everybody want to dump on Trump, it is also a reality that we wouldn't be having this conversation about this man. Like, I want y'all to understand that when I started this podcast nearly 5 years ago, Trump was on his way out of the White House. 5 years later, this man is now entering a year into a second term. We got 3 more years. Thanks to people who did not vote. Thanks to people who was out here acting like they wanted to switch it up. I'm just going to say that. And by the way, I don't blame black women or black men because most of us are always on the right side of history. Everybody else, I need y'all to explain yourselves or your communities or your neighbors or whomever. That's all I'm going to say. But it's coded. It's Biden coded. A lot of things he's saying is off the rails. But what was really interesting, and this was talked about in the press, Trump was in Pennsylvania this past week. A lot of y'all may have cared to listen to that press conference or not. I did for you. And one of the issues he did was he was there to talk about the economy. You know, he's been trying to find a way to skirt tail and duck and dodge the concerns from his supporters and just in general. Like, at this point, we can all agree that Christmas this year is not the same as Christmas last year. Holiday shopping is not the same as holiday shopping was the year before. That people were complaining about the prices of shit last year. Child, what are they doing this year? Because it is out the roof, okay? Rather than acknowledge these issues, Trump is lying. Trump is saying that everybody's doing good. Big checks are coming. People making money. The economy's doing good. We're in good shape. More is coming without a plan. And it kind of reminds people of a little bit of Biden. Biden was a little shaky when discussing the economy. I don't think he lied as much as Trump, to be honest. But I do think there were moments where Biden did try to calm fears. Trump is not even acknowledging a problem. Like, Trump is just acting like everything is just like better than before. And it's to the point that even Fox News is fact checking him. Like, Fox News is like, you ain't got to sit up here and play with us, because it's like the game is like, it's fucked right now. And everybody pretty much knows it. Even the Wall Street Journal, which typically like tries in so many different ways to kiss Trump's ass, they're like, can't even deny it. Like, everybody's like, listen, we can deny. This is the conservative perspective, okay? I'm not saying this is my perspective, but like, Mega can deny gender identity. They can deny sexual fluidity. They can deny, women's ability to choose and have choice, right? But one thing that conservatives and Mega are cannot deny are fucking numbers. And the problem with Mega and with this whole conservative movement is that their whole argument in the past, which again, I wrote about this in my book, The Case for Council Culture, that part of what drove conservatives in the latter end of the 20th century and the early 21st century was that they used to be individuals that moved on faith. And it's important to understand this history, because I think right now what we're witnessing is a complete about face, a complete 180. And it's just really confusing as fuck, to be honest. But for those who observe and study history, conservatives, the two aspects of conservatives were that they were always talking about fiscal responsibility. So they were always about taxes, even though they were hypocrites on taxes. But they were always about fiscal responsibility. They were always talking about money, even though they were funny with the money when it came to economics. Their economics were shitty, but their messaging was consistent, right? They were anti-taxes. They were always anti-regulation for the most part. They were big on fiscal, quote unquote, fiscal responsibility. That was their whole identity on the finances. Ideology, it was always rooted in faith. So their beliefs were driven by emotions, by what was in their faith. If you listen to, George W. Bush, my faith, my family, and my, that was always how he was. That was, faith, family, that was his moral compass. It was always about faith and family, That was how he moved. He used, fear tactics. I actually did a capstone, not like a thesis, but a major paper at the end of my senior year in college, and it was about George W. Bush's rhetoric during war times and comparing it to FDR. Yes, yes, his 9/11 address and his war rhetoric compared to FDR's Pearl Harbor address. It was a whole thing. But during that time when I was doing research, it taught me a lot about the methods of the conservative movement, which has evolved clearly. I always tell people pre-Trump, after Trump, post-Trump. There's like two different conservative movements, and you could argue that some of that changed a little bit after when Obama got elected. You honestly can say conservative movement before Obama, after Obama, because honestly, after Obama is what began Tea Party, which didn't lead to Trump. But I'm going to say that for another book. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But anywho, the beginning part of this was that they were all about fiscal responsibility and they were all about their faith. And Bush used to always talk about his faith in his family. Faith and family. That was always what drove Bush, And faith was driven by this idea of a sense of humanity. Even if, that was how he always moved. And, that was his ideology. So it's something, it's really interesting to see, this pivot from a lack of faith, a lack of class. It's like these individuals are very improper. Conservatives might have been hypocrites, right? But the way that they would talk about their understanding about the world, this is not the movement that I mean Reagan is rolling in his grave right now. Graham and all of those conservatives, like Jerry Falwell is rolling in his grave. Like these guys, these televangelists that were a part of that conservative evangelical movement of the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, they're rolling in their graves right now. They're like, what in the H.E. double hockey sticks is what they would say is going on down there in America? Because this is not it. Like, listen, y'all, I grew up in Texas. Okay, I came to the East Coast in the 2010s, baby, 2010. So you got to understand that I was in all types of redneck parts of Texas, conservative ideologies, viewpoints, all the shits, okay? So there was a different mindset around conservativeness that is not the same as MAGA. MAGA is on something else. I'm not saying one is worse than the other. I'm just saying that the way in which people conveyed themselves. I'm not saying that the racism and the hatred and the bigotry was not there. What I'm saying is that the way in which there was an etiquette, it's missing right now. And this goes back to the economy conversation. Republicans back in the day used to, and even more so up until Trump, they used to play with numbers. The whole argument that they would do was all about facts over feelings, right? Except faith, which is ironic. That was always the dichotomy between conservatives, because they always did the whole facts over feelings, but faith over faith over facts. That was the conservative logic. The logic was facts over feelings, faith over facts. So it would be like faith was ranked number 1, facts was ranked number 2, and feelings was ranked number 3 or did not exist. That was like the conservative ideology before Trump. And then you would hear people like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and others that try to still play these logical games. Even Candace Owens, like they all play these logical games around numbers and statistics and all these types of, things, right? But then I look at them and say, well, how do you support a guy like Trump, where Trump is defying actual anything that's rooted in facts? Like numbers don't exist in Trump world. How do you get behind a leader like him where there's no logic, there's no facts, there's no reason, like there's nothing? And so it seems to be that a lot of people right now are beginning to shift. A lot of people right now are beginning to shift. They're beginning to shift away from Trump. They're beginning to imagine a reality where, okay, MAGA is on its way out. What's next? And they're beginning to like put Trump in a thanks for holding the Republican Party down and keeping the Republican Party alive, because they really was afraid that liberalism and, the Democrats are going to just take over the rest of the 21st century. That might still happen. But see, the problem is the Democrats can get the fuck out their way. They could have it, but they're just in their own fucking way. They might fumble it again. But I think we're slowly easing out of the mega era of the conservative movement. Some of that shit's going to stick, but it's not going to be as heavy. It's not to say that things are going to get better, but they might slightly get better. I mean, that's my blind optimism. That's the Owens optimism. You can call it the OO, the double O. And I know some of you all want to just sit up and be panicky and say, I don't know, it could get worse. Well, what the fuck? If you don't have no optimism, go jump out the window. Okay, I didn't say that. What I'm trying to say is that some of you all are given slithers of a silver lining of hope. And you will continue to talk yourself down that slope. I'm not saying that we cannot be, what are the words of Ronald Reagan, trust but verify, right? Trust but verify, right? Or have a little hope, right? We got to have some hope. I'm not saying we got to be naive, okay? I'm not saying go all the way Obama 08 hope. But there's got to be a sense of optimism and calm and resolve within this rocky moment. And so I'm not delusional about the state of things we're in. Listen, I'm a Black queer millennial man. I clearly understand that shit is all over the fucking place. However, what I refuse to do is always keep finding a fucking red line when I can find a silver lining. Stop finding the red lining. Find the fucking silver lining. What I'm saying right now is that we're beginning to see MAGAism within the Trump and the Republican movement fade the fuck out. Good, yay, yay, as somebody used to say. That's a good thing. That does not mean we take our foot off the pedal and we get, super like, yay, ding dong, the witch is dead, and get happy and get like Dorothy. No, that's not what I'm saying either. See, that's the problem with people. We're on these extremes. It's either got to be all perfection and all great or all horrible and doomsday. Let's find that middle ground first before we go either way. And so I think the middle ground for me is that I think we're beginning to phase out of the extremes. There's still going to be more bullshit because Trump is still in office. But I think that we're at that point in the flu where we've hit the peak. I think we've already hit the peak, to be honest. But I think that we've hit the peak. We've hit the zenith of that moment, and everything's about to go downhill. We've plateaued. I think MAGAism has plateaued in a certain type of way. Conservatism is still going to bite us in the ass. We're going to still have problems. But I think we're in the plateau phase of this. That's what my gut is telling me. That's the optimism that I have. I think across the board, there's a lot of trends that is suggesting that even the Republicans are getting fed up with Trump. Even Trump's base is beginning to get fed up with him. His closest allies are starting to have private conversations about his mental, cognitive health. That speech he did last week in Pennsylvania, not good. I ain't even going to spend all this time talking about the Epstein photos, but y'all know what it is. More photos have come out. Trump's in pictures with Epstein, with young women. There's even condoms that Epstein had with Trump's face on it, talking about huge. There's photos with Bill Gates and Bill Clinton. There's a gif of Oprah on her couch where she kind of does the shrug, where she's got the hands like, well, you already fucking knew that. You already knew. She doesn't say that, but there's a picture of her like kind of like a, well, I mean, kind of thing. That's how I feel at this point. My entire mindset will be the Oprah shrug, like, and there you have it. That's really how I feel at this point about this I just don't care. I'm like, I get so annoyed. Like, there's some people that are so obsessed with Epstein things. Like, what and what the fuck? Like, the same thing with the Diddy shit. Like, it's like, okay, every week a new Diddy story. Ooh, okay, you're so obsessed about these predators and pedophiles. Diddy's serving time behind bars. Epstein is dead. Y'all wanna find actual folks that's not incarcerated? Are we gonna find people who should be locked up for doing this shit? Are we gonna have those conversations? Or are we just gonna turn a blind eye? Like, I'm just at a point where I just feel like a lot of this shit is becoming like redundant. Like, I'm starting to feel over the redundancy of it all. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just starting to feel like it feels so scripted. Like, everything's beginning to feel very routine. I mean, that's how I feel right now. Like, I feel like everything is like so predictable. Like, every time I turn around, there's another narrative, another scoop, another this, another that. And so I'm just kind of like, mm. So I'll put that. I'll share that tidbit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like we're at this point where I don't need to know. I don't need to see any pictures. Everything they're saying, I believe it. I don't need to see any new pictures. I don't need to hear anything new. He did it. Okay. He was there. He did. Another victim accuses him. Like, I think we're at a point now in this world where I'm tired of all of this search of proof, right? I think that's the issue right here. Yeah. That's where I'm at with that. So, yeah. Now, moving along, Trump has a lawsuit. The National Trust for Historic Preservation has filed a lawsuit to stop him from the construction of a new White House ballroom. They're using an attorney that has worked with Obama in the past, but they're really pushing at this fight against this. We're going to keep monitoring that because I'm curious about the courts and the lawsuits and things of that nature. That is a very interesting development, and I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. Just want to put that on your radar. Lawsuits are still happening. Stay woke. Now, you all want to hear me talk about this. I'm not going to go too ham on it because, quite frankly, I don't really want to waste my energy on her. But this Erika Kirk situation, she's beefing with cousin Candace, for those who know. She's beefing with cousin Candace. She's beefing with Candace Owens. Listen, Candace Owens is out here dropping all the crazy batshit conspiracy theories. And you know what? That's what the fuck they get. Because here's the thing. Y'all sat up there and let cousin Candace say all kind of crazy stuff about the far left all day. She over here talking about the French president's wife is a trans woman. All kind of shit. And you all sat up there, y'all entertained it. Y'all sipped tea. Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire. All of y'all all of y'all was sitting around there entertaining it, letting her talk her shit, playing with it, amplifying it. And now she done came back and she say, fuck y'all. Y'all trying to cancel me. I'm going to cancel you. So she's got all kind of conspiracy theories. And she's putting all kind of shit out there about Charlie Kirk. And she's being messy. She's stirring that pot. Cousin Candace is not here to play with y'all. Listen. Erika Kirk is putting on the best soap opera performance of her career. She is doing these interviews with Barry Weiss. She did a town hall. She's talking about stop. That's all. Stop. My family, just like, girl, out here ain't grieved a lick. Ain't grieved a damn lick. Went straight to the bag. Went straight to the money. Okay? That man, listen, put out videos. Going straight to the bag, honey. Living her best life. I mean, if winning was a widow, listen, I'm happy we can finally have a real honest conversation because it seemed like at first, if you say anything about Charlie Kirk, ooh, insensitive, you're gonna get canceled. Now we can be honest about the shit. Shout out to Amanda Seyfried, okay, that Oscar-nominated actress, the one in Mean Girls. She said, "Look, I'm not taking back what the fuck I said about Charlie Kirk. You better stand on this, sis." Meanwhile, Jamie Lee Curtis and Kristen Chenoweth out here losing it all. Kristen Chenoweth, how is that show on Broadway? Queen of Versailles. We heard about it, girl. The mega people didn't go get them concert tickets, honey. They didn't go to Broadway. Oh, you didn't know biggest don't like Broadway? Oh, okay. She was out there cutting up, showing her ass. Because I think it's interesting. Kristen Chenoweth used to have a lovely career. But she just out here throwing her career in the trash, out here missing Charlie Kirk and shit, trying to be a conservative on the low. We see you, girl. We see you. And you done sat up there and lost your fan base. Ain't nobody went to go see that show. I thought Queen of Versailles was about to be the next big Tony musical. Nope. Another flop. Is it just me? And it's just me being a little, just me being in the weeds. Because y'all know I love me some Broadway musicals. Y'all know I follow what's going on over there in the Great White Way. But it just seems like the Idina Menzel and Kristen Chenoweth, who were both the original cast of Wicked. Idina played Elphaba. Kristen played Glinda, respectively. They haven't really had great Broadway returns ever since they left Wicked. Like, Idina has not really done I mean, she did that musical If Then that was, I guess, but she hasn't really gotten much buzz. She did a musical called Redwood that flopped this past season, and she gained nominations and just quickly left Broadway. But Kristen Chenoweth, they've not really had those Broadway comebacks that they've really wanted. Yeah, just want to name that. But yeah. Interesting. But apparently Trump's favorite musical was Evita, for those who didn't know. He likes Evita. I don't even know why. Maybe because of, Patti LuPone. He liked Patti LuPone, which is also very interesting. But what's really weird is that musical is about Eva Peron, who used populism and media savvy to rise from poverty and to get political power in Argentina. The irony of that right now, for those who've been following what's going on in Venezuela and those, other countries in Latin America. And also the fact that he likes, like Evita. He also likes Phantom of the Opera, and he also likes Les Mis, which is also very interesting. But the fact that JD that Evita is Trump's favorite musical. He loves it with Patti LuPone, that was the musical where she won the Tony for Best Actress and Best Leading Actress in a Musical for that. But it's really wild. It's really wild. And what's even worse is that Evita did not come to the Kennedy Center. They're boycotting the Kennedy Center. And they're the cast of his favorite musical, which is very, very telling. But that wasn't Evita. That was Les Mis. That's one of his favorite musicals. They boycotted the Kennedy Center, and that's like his favorite musical. So one of his favorite musicals. But he really likes Evita. That's the one he likes the most. But he also has mentioned the Phantom of the Opera and Les Mis. What is my favorite musical? Y'all know the answer. Y'all know my favorite musical. It's Chicago, which, by the way, I've heard is coming to Ensemble Arts. It's coming to Philadelphia next year. I might have to go see this show 2 times. I might actually have to go see Chicago 2 times. I'm gonna have to probably see that show 2 times, because I love that musical. I'm probably gonna have to see that show 2 times. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm gonna have to see it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably see that show 2 times because, yes, because I'm gonna see it with my bestie. I'm gonna have to see it with my bestie. I'm gonna try to see my bestie Jamarcus. Mr. Johnson, I saw it on Broadway, but I'm probably gonna have to take my younger brother to go because he's into Broadway musicals, but he needs to have this experience. He needs to have a Chicago experience. Like, we need to all go see it together, and we need to get good tickets, and we need to have the show. We need to see this show. So I might have to go grab some more tickets to go see it because it's coming. It's coming next season. And yeah, this is random. But anywho, I don't know where I was going with this, but I digress. Erika Kirk is out here on a media tour. I don't know what she's got going on, what grift she's got now, but she's trying to, I guess, perform her mourning. I just want this cycle to go away. I just want this whole, there's no message here. This is just grift. And to all the media folks that continue to push this next. Nicki Minaj. So Nicki Minaj and JD Vance has been having this little love affair on X, or AKA Twitter. She's beefing with Gavin Newsom, trying to troll Gavin Newsom, which I think is a political tactic. Nicki Minaj is officially an op. She's a not for MAGA. We can now say that. She's a Trump supporter. She's now out here talking about trans people. She's like ruining her LGBTQ base. I mean, y'all know she's not an American citizen. You know, she's from Trinidad. And so I'm wondering, is she trying to get U.S. citizenship this way? I'm wondering, is she trying to expunge her sex offender husband, Kenneth Petty's, record? I don't know. I don't know what she's trying to do. She's getting broke. She might not even be in her mansion by the end of. She might not allegedly be in her mansion that she's currently in, starting next year. It's just not good for her. Meanwhile, Cardi B is international with it right now, getting ready for a tour, impressing fans from around the world. Nicki is somewhere on Twitter just becoming a whole sellout. And even if you like Nicki and want to hold on to Nicki, it's like at this point, it's a choice. To still be a Nicki fan at this point is a choice. And I'm gonna have so much fun about her I'm gonna have so much fun talking about her somewhere. Because it's all connecting, y'all. It's all connecting. But yeah, I mean, she's been doing her thing in a bad way. Really cozying up to MAGA. I mean, anti-trans things that she's saying, which is just so disturbing. She's coming for Gavin Newsom, which clapped back in a very interesting way. He did not address her directly, but he played the song Hiss by Meg Thee Stallion and talked about Megan's Law and connected Trump to it. He didn't directly address Nicki, but by using the Hiss song to address Trump and drag Trump on the whole Epstein thing is pretty killer. And then for JD Vance to sit up and try to act like Nicki over Cardi, like JD, next. That's where we're gonna go with that. Next. Okay, I'm just gonna say next on that because I want to say something else, but I'm gonna keep it cute. It just seemed like all those tired butch queens loved them some her. Just saying. The butch queens loved them some her. So moving along, let's talk about these Democrats. So the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago is going to begin welcoming visitors in June of 2026. So that Obama Presidential Center is coming. It's finally coming, and it's coming to Chicago. I'm excited. The next time I go to Chicago, I'm going to make it a point to go. It's going to be in historic Jackson Park. It's $800 million. It's a 20-acre campus. There is going to be a 225-foot museum tower, an auditorium, a Chicago Public Library branch, gardens, parkland, and an athletic facility. He says the real vision, Obama says this, that is to be beyond the building. He wants it to be a gathering space for community, conversation, civic leadership, really for young adults shaping change. He's been making his tour around Chicago. A lot of people have been trying to figure out why he's been making a lot of recent appearances. I think a lot of it is because he wants to, get back out there, but also push this presidential center. It's very timely given the fact that we know that Trump is not going to be acknowledging Juneteenth or MLK Day, and it's going to make it a holiday for his birthday and other shit, which is crazy, but not surprising. I want to say that it's good to just see some norms. I know Obama's not perfect, clearly. No politician is. But I must say that it is nice to sometimes see him and be reminded of some level of stability in the country, okay? I'm just going to say that. He ain't perfect, but he better than many of them, okay? And y'all going to stop acting like these people are all the same. Yes, But I wouldn't be married. My gay ass would not be married to my husband if it was not for Obama White House. Okay? So, look, drones was fucked up. The drones was fucked up. But we gotta, let's not be acting like, because that's not how we act with anything else. And we're gonna get to that in a minute. Put a pin on that. We're about to revisit in a couple of minutes because that brings me to another topic. But before I do, I want to mention that speaking of libraries and historical things, Biden right now is struggling to get funding for his presidential library. So, every president, when they finish the White House, they typically have a presidential library, Apparently, Biden is struggling to get funding, reportedly. Like, the money's not coming in. Like, people are not enthusiastic about giving Biden something. I would say it's too early, but Obama kind of announced his stuff in 2015. And he about to deliver on it. I don't want to say what I was going to say because that might be too insensitive. I hope that Biden will be alive to be able to see his library if it is made. I would hope that for him. It seems like every president, for the most part, has been able to be alive to see their historical museum come out. Because Biden became president at such a very older age, I don't know. But I would hope that for him. Now, I don't know about Trump's library. We're going to move on. So, to Democrats. Jasmine Crockett. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this. Because this is a thing. Okay? And I want to be real about this. Jasmine Crockett is running for U.S. Senate. She's in Texas. She is foregoing her congressional seat. My frat brother, who is an alpha, is going to consider getting that. And I'm excited to see an alpha get another congressional seat. Okay, A506. It'll be nice that we're gonna see Black power transition. We're gonna see Black people hold that seat. Now, I just want to say some things, and I'm gonna make sure I'm fair about what I'm going to say because I have all types of thoughts about this. Right? Where do I go? Where do I start with this? I just want to say that I want to say that Jasmine Crockett really dragged this announcement because she was acting as if she was going to determine whether the congressional seat was going to be up for bids, and that if that seat was threatened, then she would run for Congress because she was going to lose her congressional seat. It appears as though that's not going to be the case. That in many ways, if Jasmine wanted this congressional seat, she could keep her congressional seat. So my frat brother, who is her pastor, Reverend Dr. Frederick Haynes III, is going to run for her House seat. And so in my mind, if it would have been a hard seat for her to get, because initially that was the whole issue around the redistricting. If there was a thought that the redistricting was going to impact in a way that she was not going to be able to win the seat, then quite frankly, why would he be able to run for the seat and get the seat? So I just want to just name cap that Jasmine Crockett wants to run for Senate because she wants to run for Senate. There's been a lot of misinformation narrative suggesting that she had to run for this seat because her congressional seat was going to be lost anyway. That's not necessarily true. And I think for those of you all who do not live in Texas or have never lived in Texas, I need you to sit the fuck down, shut the hell up, and stop following a bunch of influencers that are getting talking points from Chorus. I'm about sick of this shit, and I'm going to throw my shots because I'm so tired of everybody on that wave that are like these pop-up influencers that want to be these political talking heads, that this is their little grift. And mind you, a lot of the stuff that some of these people are saying is fun, it's interesting. I agree with a lot of it, but some of it is just kind of like, you all sound like fucking political ops, and because that's what the fuck you all are in many ways. And you guys are disingenuous. Go get your PAC money, go get your political side money, go get your dark money, and just go fuck off. Or know your lane. And don't make me name names. Because as a journalist, it gets a little frustrating when people are just pushed. Like, there was a space where people can have opinions and discourse that was unbought and unbothered. What annoys me is that all these motherfuckers are getting on these cell phones and they're just out here just like saying all of this misinformation. And it's just not true. So let me tell you all from a political journalism standpoint, as somebody who grew up in Texas, understand those districts, understand those properties, and actually talk to Texans on the ground, not folks that are working on campaigns. That seat, she could have gotten that seat. She could have kept that seat. Jasmine Crockett does not want to be in that seat because she has higher aspirations. That's just what it is. The whole narrative of, I'm going to wait until Thanksgiving, after Thanksgiving, I got to wait to see what happens. People thought that she was waiting to see what was going to happen with the redistricting. That was a narrative. That's nonsense. I saw her, and I like Jasmine Crockett. Let me start off by saying, let me just be very clear. I like Jasmine Crockett. I think that she's smart. I think she's witty. Listen, there's things about her that I disagree with, some of her approaches on things. But you know what? As an overall politician, I think that there's more good to her than worse about her. I think that she is a good person. I think that, she overall is good for the cause, right? But she's not the worst person in the world. She's not the worst politician. If you was to make me compare her to Hakeem Jeffries, on the scale of Hakeem Jeffries to her, she's higher. Okay? I find Hakeem Jeffries annoying, and I find him to be a problem and detriment to the overall future of the Democratic Party. I find Jasmine Crockett to be a rising star. However, I do think that sometimes sometimes I just feel like maybe she might be having a little bit, the rising part, she might be trying to rise a little too much on some things. But I appreciate her spirit. And I do think that she's done a good job raising the profile of Texas politics and Texas Democrats and giving people hope that there is a chance that Texas can be able to flip. I don't know when we're going to, but it feels like the momentum is there, and she's a part of that momentum. So I'm going to give her that. Her, Beto O'Rourke, who did a little bit too much too soon. But, I would say Beto, her, and others like Colin Allred and them, those Democrats definitely did a good thing in trying to raise the profile of Texas Democrats. So I will give them credit for that. However, I just think that it's important to note that I don't really think the redistricting played that much of a role in her deciding to run for Senate, because at the end of the day, the redistricting, as it currently stands, I think was not going to hurt her. So I support, I just want to clarify that. Now, her running for Senate meant that Colin Allred dropped out the race, which is good, I think a crowded Democratic race for that Senate seat in Texas would have been a mess. And this guy who is running against her, he's white, plain. His name is James Tallarico. There's some early polling that suggests that Jasmine Crockett is leading him, and that it looks like they're going to have their major first head-to-head Senate poll, and she's leading him right now by 8 points. We got a long way to go to those primaries. It's going to be an interesting fight. But what I think, the Texas Senate races in 2026, it's going to be very interesting to see that Democratic primary, who's going to get it, Jasmine Crockett or James Tallarico. I think those are the two top guys, top candidates. Very different strategies. They're very different. And, I have so many thoughts. I'm trying to make sure that I give everything. I take myself, I want to make sure it's linear and not all over the place. So for starters, right? Jasmine Crockett is a black woman. James Tallarico is a white man. A lot of people are saying, Jasmine ran for the Senate seat. She doesn't have a chance because, Texas is racist, blah, 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 blah. Listen, stranger things have happened. Anything can happen. I think that the Republicans are so bad. John Cornyn is so bad that if there was ever a time to make a swing like that, this could be that moment. And I think that this is an important moment. You know what I mean? And I think it's really important. And I think this is an important moment that needs to be said. And I think that's the problem that we need to adjust to, right? Is that anything can happen. And if she wins the primary, then that tells you where Texas Democrats are. And I think that there's opportunity there. She's got to win the primary. As somebody who has grown up in Texas, like I've said before, I think people are getting too far ahead. She's got to win this primary. I think that she's got the name recognition. I think she has the visibility. Let's watch this primary. Because if she can win the primary, I think she has a chance to win the Senate seat against John. Because Texas politics is very different than Pennsylvania, right? We know that the Democratic Party in Pennsylvania will easily nominate someone like Malcolm Kenyatta for a auditor general seat that he really isn't qualified for, and let him lose to a black Republican in 2024, right? And there's no real merit to the politics around that, right? And really not make the race competitive, let's be real, right? We know what that looks like. But in Texas, there is a H.O.M.E. And Beyonce says this ain't Texas, but this is Texas, and there is a H.O.M.E. I want to see what goes down in this primary. A lot of you all, you national outside voices that don't know anything about Texas, you are already positioning her as if she's going to get the Democratic nomination. I think she knows that the real fight is going to be the primary. If she wins the primary, she's got a shot to win. The real fight's going to be with the primary, y'all. It's not really going to be, there is going to be a race against John, right? But here's what I will tell you all. If she can't win the primary, she was never going to win the general. And if she really strongly wins that primary, then she really has a strong shot of winning that Senate seat. To be honest with you, whoever wins that Senate seat, that primary, has a good shot of winning that Senate seat. I think we're looking at this the wrong way. I truly believe that anyone who gets the Democratic nomination has a strong shot of winning based on the way that the polling has been in Texas. And a lot of people are not looking at us internal polling. Texas is slowly but surely turning blue. It's not turning blue overnight, but there is a strong chance that there could be a flip, like a Georgia moment. We know what a Georgia moment looks like. We can have a Georgia moment in Texas. Maybe not for our governor. Maybe not for certain things, but we can have a Georgia moment in Texas. Texas has a chance of it. Y'all got to remember that in the 90s, Texas had a woman governor, and she was a Democrat. Did you know that? Did you know we had women like Barbara Jordan, Sheila Lee, Jackson? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that in Houston, Texas, we had a 2-termed lesbian mayor? She was white. that had adopted black children. Her name was Anise Parker. So all you people in Philadelphia that always want to act like it, listen, baby, we already had a woman mayor in Houston. We already had queer leadership in our city council and our mayoral office. We already done did that. Okay? And that was in Houston. And Philadelphia is supposed to be the Houston of Pennsylvania. And y'all just got an openly gay city council member. Y'all just got a woman mayor. So please sit the fuck down. You know nothing about Texas. And all these little stereotypes and all this little shit, cut it out. It's so annoying. Like, please pick up a book. Please read. Texas has had a woman Democrat. Ann Richards. She was a Democrat. She was the 45th governor of Texas from 1991 to 1995. And then after that, that's when Bush and all them came through. But we've had that. Okay? Texas had a blue moment. Okay? Texas has had Democratic power. So we got to understand the politics here. It's not impossible. Okay? It's not impossible. And I think right now, we might get back to that. There's a chance that we might see ourselves there. It's possible, y'all. You know, after Ann Richards came Bush. But the gag about George W. Bush was that, if y'all remember, George W. Bush, he came from the East Coast. He went to Yale, then he worked at Halliburton and all that in Texas. He's not from Texas. That accent is fake. He became a manager of the Texas Rangers. Big old man, got involved in oil and all that. But George W. Bush is not from Texas. His family's from the East Coast. He's from Connecticut. He went to Yale. You need a history lesson, y'all, some of y'all. Because I hear some of the stereotypes online. I'm just like, the history of Texas politics is very complicated. Now, for the last, 30 years, it has been conservative. But I do believe that history always has a pendulum. And I think more people are getting fed up. They're getting fed up with Ted Cruz. They're getting fed up with just some of the mismanagement. I mean, people are just not happy. It's not to say that there's still not challenges, but there's an opportunity is what I'm getting to. And so I do believe that whoever wins this Democratic primary for that Senate race next year has a really strong chance. And if Jasmine Crockett really pushes through and get that nomination, I'm telling you all this right now, she was the closest to getting it. I don't want to hear people say that if James, the white boy, won the Democratic primary, that he would have won the Senate seat. That's not true. I'm telling you that my gut and what I'm telling you with the way stats work is that if he couldn't get the Democratic nomination, especially right now, because the Texas voters are pragmatic. They really are. They really don't make moves based on identity politics. So a lot of people that's thinking that, Jasmine Crockett is a black woman, Democrats are going to vote for her. No, Jasmine has to earn these votes. If she does not win that primary, it's because she didn't win it. She's going to actually have to stand on principle, okay? It's a really big deal. I know that in Philadelphia, we do vote on identity politics. I ain't going to hold y'all. Philadelphia is very much votes on identity politics. I know for a fact we do. I see it all the time. I'm not naming names. I'm just saying. There's a lot of people that have won seats based off identity politics. It was not because they were the smartest, the most equipped candidate. Okay? And I'm not even talking about our mayor, Sherelle Parker. I'm not even talking about Sherelle Parker. Sherelle, listen, her politics are not necessarily for the better good. But one thing about Sherelle Parker, and I will always say, she's a smart woman. She is very experienced. She knows a lot. Maybe too much to the point that sometimes her politicking sometimes getting away of her making some good, sound, relatable policies. But she's very smart. She's very smart. She is very, very politically savvy. And I think the problem with Sherelle, just for a sidebar, because I know some of y'all would have ran with some things. I think the problem with her is that sometimes in her political savviness, she's a little bit too bureaucratic and too meticulous that sometimes it can miss the mark of sensibilities. And I think that's something that she can agree with, that's a fair argument, that sometimes she gets too close into the weeds, that it can become hard for everyday people to understand how it impacts them. I think that was the issue with the H.O.M.E initiative in many ways. But back to Jasmine Crockett, she's smart too. People like, I would say, certain people like, nah, I ain't gonna name that name. I'm gonna be nice for now. But I would say with Jasmine Crockett is smart. Jasmine Crockett knows policies. I think that if you think that Texas voters are gonna vote for Jasmine Crockett solely because she's a Black woman, please divorce yourself of that notion. They're going to vote for her if they really believe that she can do the job. I think that she's going to have to campaign to really let people understand that she can do the job. And if they do vote for her, Texas voters voted for her because they really believed in her campaign. She has to make a case. James Tellerico has to as well. Like I said, in Texas, we don't just go, oh, he's a white guy, so that means he can win. Nah, they're not going to do that. Democrats in Texas will really give people a chance. I really believe that. Texas Democrats will. The rest of the population, I think there's opportunity there. Y'all better look at Barbara Jordan, because Barbara Jordan is a true testament of what I'm talking about. But I'm not going to digress too much. But look up Barbara Jordan in Texas and her plight. That woman, that queer Black woman, she didn't run as a queer woman, but Barbara Jordan, textbook example. So I just want to start by saying that I just want to lay that foundation down. Now, here's my concerns about Jasmine Crockett. There's two types of concerns. I want to address the Israel elephant in the room. But before I get to that, I saw her campaign video. It's cool. My concern with this race, with her, and this is a fair critique. When you run for a seat, the most important thing you have to do when you run for a seat is that you have to make it about the people, not about yourself. I think Jasmine Crockett's video was too much about her and not enough about the people. I think that she might be a little guilty of drinking her own Kool-Aid. Listen, she's great. She's awesome. But she's got to just make this less about her and about the people. And so the way the video was made, it kind of had this iconic semblance of, censoring her in this way. And I'm like, in Texas, that don't work. It doesn't work with a lot of people, actually. But when you have a campaign, when you censor it on yourself in a very, like Trump did it, Obama, for president, it can be like that for president. But for other seats, it's not a good look. I just felt like it was given like she was running for president. And I just feel like that's not the right direction, especially when you're in a state that does not lean itself Democrat, right? So I do know that there are some Democrats in certain cities and states that will center themselves as a brand, but that's also because they have a lot of people already on their side. So it becomes more of that. But I think it was a little too early for her to roll out that type of focus on herself in that way. I just felt like, as somebody who has studied politics and patterns, who else had this problem? Helen Gim. Helen Gim had that problem. Helen Gim, did that, where it became about her. And there were aspects of her campaign where she did begin to open up and make it less about her. But I felt like you get caught up in that symbolism. And I think some people see Mondani and what Mondani did. But Mondani did the same playbook as Obama, where it's, me, but me for this, me for that, me for blah, blah. Like, it was spelling out people's issues, not losing sight of him as the individual, but the individual for the issue and for the collective. And I just felt like that announcement video from her, it just was too centered on her. Like, the critiques were about her. The criticisms and the video clips were about her. And what would it look like if you're highlighting elected officials or Trump saying things about communities and people you care about? Like, I would have did the video where I would have shifted it on, not about what people are saying about me and what my haters got to say. Fuck all that. You're trying to run for the people. So how do you connect yourself with the people? And I think the branding was just off, because I think so much of it, I think that the issue with Jasmine Crockett's campaign and her overall branding right now is that she wants people to see themselves in her. You're not Obama. You're not there yet. Like, that you're not running for president. When you're running for president, like Kamala Harris, that makes sense because Kamala has been in office, but also presidents can have that type of runway to do that. But when you're running for other seats, Senate, mayor, whatever, you got to scale back from a little bit of that. Because also, these are not seats that are executive seats where you're by yourself. I can see governor potentially, right? I can see mayor a little bit, where you could have those executive seats where you can censor yourself in that way. But when you're working as one of many, whether that's one of over 200 something people in the Congress or one of 50 in the Senate, you gotta pull a little bit back from censoring yourself in that way. And I just felt like so much of the campaign announcement ad censored her in a way that I felt like she just could have did this differently. And so people are asking me, what are solutions, Ernest? What could she have done? I think that she could have opened with the silhouette of herself, but I think she could have really drove in some of the same nasty quotes that she had talked about in the media, not about what people are saying about her. Fuck that. Make it about what they've said about communities you care about, what they said about Black women, what they've said about underrepresented communities, what they said about immigrants, what they said about LGBTQ people, communities that you care about. And then turn it to you in those communities, you with those people, you at those rallies and marches, you actually juxtapositioning yourself on what those people say. Like, so when Trump says something about Black women or having low IQ or whatever he's saying about Black women or Black people, put a clip up of you affirming them. When he is saying something about disabled people, put a video clip of you defending someone that has a disability. When he is saying, or somebody that is mocking LGBTQ people, put a video of you at a Pride event speaking for them. Like, show the contrast, girl. Like, show the contrast. That's what she should have did, in my opinion. That's the campaign video I would have had. This and that. And maybe I could have had the rap song of you could do this or you could do, I don't know. Like, I would have went in that direction. Make it plain. Make it crystal clear. See, y'all telling me if I would have ran for office, that's what I would have did. Show the contrast, Jasmine. Show the they versus us. They're not like us. Show what they're saying and what you're saying. What you believe and what they believe. And if you would have did it in stark, that's what I would have did. That's what I would have did. I would have not made it about myself. I wouldn't, because then it becomes Vanity Fair. It would have just been Jasmine Crockett this. And so that's what's happened. Now it's become about her so far. It could pivot. We could change it. But now it's her having to address these attacks. Now everyone's attacking her. Now there's different rhetoric and messages being said about her in Israel and different politics. Let me get this clear to y'all real quick, because I got to get this out the way really quickly. I want y'all to understand that she is running to be the senator, the Democratic senator, right? Represent Texas. Texas people and their positions around Israel is not the same as you East Coasters, okay? In Texas, no one's going to consider her a supporter of genocide. No one in Texas is going to run around accusing her of any of the shit that y'all trying to paint her with. Please knock it off. It's quite interesting to me that all of a sudden everybody now wants to paint her as this. She has not received any money from AIPAC. Let's just start there. She's not received any money from AIPAC. You are talking about bills that she's voted for. Most of the senators have voted on those same bills. She's no different from anybody else. So, like, please, like, none of these bills that she signed is in comparison to any other Democrat that's running against her. Most people supported that bill. Like, come on. Are we going to crucify her for that? Is that going to be the end-all result and be-all result? Like, I need people to be honest on both fronts. You all had said that you did not want Mondani's position on Israel, right, to determine whether or not he can be a mayor for New York City. We got to keep that same energy when it comes to this primary for Democrat. Like, are we going to act like her position on Israel or the bill that she voted on should determine whether or not she can do everything else? Okay, that's the problem. These fucking purity tests need to go out the window. I'm sorry, but like in Texas, if you know Texas politics, are we going to say that we need to keep this? Because what is the alternative? Because a lot of you all who didn't want to support Kamala Harris and act like her losing was a win for Palestine, was it? Trump back in office, you think that's the best answer? Please, y'all don't give a fuck about Palestine. If you're going to keep on attacking people who would be better options, you don't care about Palestine. Stop weaponizing those people's deaths and what's going on there to pretty much be, and it's funny because the disproportion. I'm not saying that Jasmine Crockett cannot get critiqued. You saw I just critiqued her opening campaign video. What I'm saying is that I find it that there's a disproportion of how you all decide to cherry pick who you vote against, who you attack. It's funny that everybody is saying Hakeem Jeffries needs to be protected and needs to keep this House seat, and we got to focus on the biggest picture. But now all of a sudden we want to go after Jasmine Crockett? Make it make sense. I just find it interesting that there are certain people that y'all let slide on these issues. I don't hear this mouth for Elizabeth Warren. I don't hear this mouth for these other people that y'all be talking about. Y'all give all this love. Y'all sat up there and got all happy about Cory Booker's wedding and all that, and y'all done forgot about it. Like, please. But I do find it interesting that there's a disproportionate amount of smoke. I just find it crazy because if you look at her opponent, James Tallarico, have y'all asked James Tallarico about what he would have done? He would have probably done the same damn thing. Okay? So that's neutralizing situation. Move the fuck on. What other issues do I have with Jasmine Crockett other than this particular vote on Israel that has already happened? We've moved on. Okay? Jasmine is not. Like, stop it. Like, stop. And I'm tired of white liberals specifically because white liberals have all this smoke for Palestine. But where is this energy for Philadelphia? Where's the energy for public education? Where's the energy for gentrification in Philly, right? Where is that energy? Okay, I just find it very telling that when it comes to Palestine, it comes to foreign issues. I notice that issues that are not in your own direct backyard, white liberals will run for those causes all day. White liberals will talk about Palestine and talk about, what's going on with Russia. They'll talk all day about I remember there was like no conversation about Black Lives Matter, but when there was that Paris, when Notre Dame Cathedral burnt, it was all that talk about that, right? Oh, we got to talk about the Paris terrorist attack. But there was no talks about all the domestic terrorism that was happening for Black Lives Matter. Before 2020, by the way. No, we ain't talking. We're talking about, Black Lives Matter been with us for over a decade, y'all. Like, it was not just 2020, right? But it's just very telling. Like, I think about what's going on where people love, like Ukraine. Oh, Ukraine. Oh, white liberals love to talk about democracy in the Ukraine, which I'm not saying that they should not care about the Ukraine, but it's so much, right? All the talk about the Ukraine. They're not going to talk about the rumors around Zelensky's administration having some scandals. There's some issues going on in Ukraine right now with the government. Did y'all know that? Zelensky, who is the president of Ukraine, it's not him, but people in his cabinet, there's some political corruption concerns in the midst of everything that's going on with him in Russia. But I find it interesting that white liberals will love to talk up the Ukraine, love to talk up Palestine, all these issues, but will automatically be quiet about what's going on in their own neighborhoods, in their own region, their own state. Oh, y'all was not saying that much about, some of these other issues. Some of these white liberals were in favor of the damn arena, over there. They didn't care about what was happening in Chinatown. Some of them. They weren't saying that issue about the water. Y'all don't got that smoke for what's going on in Michigan. Y'all ain't got all that smoke for what's going on over there with the water crisis over there in these black neighborhoods. Y'all ain't got all that smoke about what's going on with these AI tech, data centers that's happening, it's fucking up the pollution in the water. Where's all that smoke? So I just think there's a disproportion, that's happening right now. What about Flint, Michigan? Y'all ain't got nothing to say about Flint? Y'all forgot about Flint? And again, I'm not saying that people cannot have passion. I do care about what's happening with the Palestinian people. But what I'm not going to do is every single time there's a person that vote on a particular thing or an issue, or maybe there's a nuance, right? That every single time there's that matter, I'm going to act like that's going to be the end all be all. I'm going to vote for Republican, or I'm not going to vote because of this particular issue. I mean, everybody has an issue that's important to them. What about reparations? Some people have been, you want to talk about what's going on in the Middle East? There's been people right here in the domestic United States that's been fighting for reparations and freedom. Ain't got a lick of it. We don't got criminal reform bills that's happening around gun violence with police. We're seeing a police budget increase to the hundreds and hundreds of millions across Philadelphia, and we don't see people fighting against that as much. There's kids in Philadelphia living in asbestos and dealing with all types of poor living conditions for our kids in our public schools. I don't see people going out there rallying and saying we can't elect this person because of their stance on public education in Philadelphia. Stop with the performativeness. Stop lying. Your support over Jasmine Crockett, your lack of support is not because of Palestine. Stop putting that shit on Palestine. It's not. Because I don't see y'all do it for these white elected officials. How come Kamala Harris can get all the boycotts and booing at her book tour, but y'all don't have none of that smoke for Trump? Where are those protests for Trump related to Palestine? Y'all haven't snuck into an event yet? None of y'all have found y'all way to go to a rally yet? Yeah, shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. That's how I feel about it. And Mark LaMahill, please shut the fuck up on it. Please shut the fuck up. Why do you do this all the damn time? You got all this smoke about the black radical thought, but you ain't got that smoke for Joe Budden's ass and on that damn show. Shut your ass up. Love you, though. Love you. It's all love, brother. But respectfully, please shut up. Because you couldn't even hold it down for yourself when they sat up there and they skipped over Palestine. You was on the Joe Budden podcast. You're on that show with a bunch of clowns, and they sat up there and they made a mockery of your sensitivity around Palestine when your fellow Al Jazeera reporters had got killed, and that was fucked up. And you sat up there and you saw how they said he's gonna bring that topic up, that the issue, and they sat up there and they dismissed your actual trauma that you was experiencing on that show, and you sat there and you let them do that and you moved the fuck on. Now you want to sit up here and have all this criteria about Jasmine Crockett? Get out of here with that. Go sit down. Go sit down. Go sit down. Y'all holding these black women to a standard that y'all can't even hold for y'all damn selves. We didn't forget that you was on an episode, you was on a show one time with Russell Simmons, and you didn't roll up on Russell like you should have for the community. You was shook. You was shell shook. Ooh, man, shut up. Like, I'm sick of it. Y'all not gonna do that with her. Does she deserve to be challenged on her campaign? Absolutely. But let's not sit up here and pick little petty ass fights. Y'all didn't have all that to say about Jasmine Crockett in Palestine until she decided to run for Congress, for Senate. The moment she ran for Congress, y'all had nothing to say. When she was running for Congress, y'all had nothing to say. She's been consistent about it. Don't turn up now. But that's what I'm saying. Democrats will eat each other alive, and then they wonder why we can't make progress. Stop it. Enough. We're going to move on. So, there are some media changes. Ebro in the Morning, that show, on Hot 97.9, has been cut. Yes, y'all. The show has been cut. Who would have thought? Terrestrial morning radio is going through it. And now they're trying to figure out what's next. But there's all kind of conspiracies. Ebro and them have started to make their own conspiracies. They think that there was people who did not like their progressive viewpoints and pro-Palestinian stances and wanted the show to get canceled. We don't know that to be a fact. That's what he's been suggesting out in the media. But the show got abruptly canceled. And, in a world where we seeing what's going on, it's quite telling. So, Times Person of the Year. It's very telling. Their person of the year is architects of AI. Um, which is smart. I didn't even think about who was going to be AI, who was going to be Times Person of the Year this year. Um, yeah, this was an interesting year. I don't know who would have been, but this makes sense. This actually makes sense. Who would have been Times Person? I don't know who my Person of the Year would have been. To be honest, I think this is a good one. This is, I mean, again, Person of the Year doesn't mean a good person. It just means, you know, where we are in the world right now. And it makes sense. The archetypes, the architects of AI. I mean, the people that's behind AI right now, I definitely think that would make sense. I think that makes sense. Sam Altman and Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and the CEOs, Hong Rong and all of them, they all, that makes sense. These are the people that are shaping it up. I mean, maybe my runner up would have been Jeff Bezos. I think Jeff Bezos would have been interesting because of how his influence is stretching beyond just Amazon, but into the cultural conversations. I mean, his wedding was on top of the world. I mean, I think Jeff Bezos would have been interesting. I think he was Person of the Year in 1999. Isn't that crazy? He was Person of the Year over 25 years ago. They gave him Person of the Year in 1999. And he has not had it since. But I think at this point, he got it in 1999. That was like 25 years ago. I think Jeff Bezos is overdue for a Time Person of the Year. I would have put Jeff, if I was looking for a Person of the Year, I would have said Jeff Bezos, honestly. I think when you look at everything that's happened connected to him, I don't think Elon Musk, he had a flop ass year, and he already got it a couple years ago, but I think Jeff Bezos would have been long overdue. I think everything he represents, and I'm not saying this in a good way. I'm just saying that power wise, he has taken over the cultural conversation. I mean, but he's kind of sharing this right now with the AI archetype, the architects of AI. So I guess that's a concession prize. But I think solo Jeff Bezos would have just been the Person of the Year for me. I think about the high profile wedding, how he has reshaped his image. I think there's a weirdness there, right? Like Amazon is like a gigantic monster of a company. There's a lot of labor issues. He owns the Washington Post. He shifted the way the Washington Post covered issues along the pump of Trump. He's kowtowed to Trump in a unique way. He has built his wealth in newer facets, including AI. But he's also kind of getting into the cultural lens, right? His wedding had every celebrity and their mother there. He's letting celebrities use his property to host their own birthday parties. He's kind of entered Hollywood in this very different way. And at a time where people are like struggling with Jeff Bezos, his image, his public image has become more like likable within the mainstream, but hated within the political space. Like it's very complicated. I don't know. Jeff Bezos would have been my Person of the Year, honestly, by himself. But I do get the architects of AI. I do think that this was a fair one as well. I do think Sam Altman could have been, honestly, Person of the Year in his own right because of just the controversy with AI and open, Chat GPT and all that. So I think this was decent. This is a fair Person of the Year. We see it. Now to local politics. So PA Society. A lot of y'all know, y'all was asking me, was I at PA Society? Of course not. I did not go. It seemed like a lot of people didn't really go this year. It was not that much hullabaloo. And I think that was by design. I think that, anytime there's an economic uncertainty and a lot of frustrations, who wants to see a bunch of Democrats specifically go down to New York, especially the Waldorf Astoria, which they're back there. It's fully renovated. Everybody's at the Waldorf Astoria now. They have their fancy gala tickets. The tickets to this year's gala was $1,000 per person. It was a full circle moment apparently for Josh Shapiro, who went to celebrate David Cohen, who let him be a guest 15 years ago. Baby's first walk. But he was there, and it was a full circle moment for him because David Cohen, who's a big former Comcast executive, former ambassador for Canada through Biden, big power player. David Cohen was being honored with some prestigious award at the PA Society Gala. So, it was that. But overall, the magic really wasn't there. A lot of people I know said they went for one night, they came back. but there wasn't that much overall pomp and circumstance. I mean, to see a bunch of Pennsylvania electeds go to New York City for a weekend, it's just not the same. I mean, I think it's lost its just. I feel like, look, PA society is going to always be what's going to be, but I think that there was a golden era, and I think that era has passed. So, some highlights, some things I heard through the grapevine, because y'all know I got sources out there. So, the big chatter really was about this congressional race, right? They did have a candidates forum. Chris Rabb, Dr. Ayla Stanford, Morgan Cephas, Senator Sharif Street, who just got a big endorsement by Ed Rendell. Pretty big damn deal. Ed Rendell, former Governor Ed Rendell, has endorsed State Senator Sharif Street for Congress. Pretty big win. However, they were all there campaigning, trying to get that money, trying to get support. So I've heard from close sources that it's looking like Morgan Cephas might drop out. Now, that is from sources. It's not been confirmed from Morgan herself or her team, but people had heard rumblings and whispers that Morgan Cephas is most likely going to drop out this race in January. There is a chance she's going to drop out, and people are already beginning to say that she's going to angle herself for Curtis Jones' seat. There is speculation that City Councilman Curtis Jones will retire in 2027, and that will open up the door for Morgan Cephas. Now, some folks have said, even though I think that is a far-going conclusion, but I've also heard through close political encounters that if Morgan Cephas was to win this congressional seat, which is looking very uncertain right now, I would say, that she would pursue that someone else would be interested in that district seat. But I don't know if I want to spill that tea just yet. I'll save that tea for later. I'm not going to spill that tea just now. It's a little premature. But what I will say is that I've heard from some very close sources that Morgan Cephas is looking for her way out. And in her pursuit of looking for her way out, the door is open for her. She's got a safety net. It's obvious that she's, from close sources, that she's tired of Harrisburg. She really does not want to be in Harrisburg. She wants to find, she's just, I think that leadership and everything has been frozen up for her. I don't really know if there's another opportunity for her in Harrisburg beyond what she currently has. Congress was that window. It looks like the way the money is being set up and these campaign finance receipts is going to come out in January, that it's not looking like it's in the cards for her. So there's a strong chance that she probably will not stay in that race. What will be next for her? City Council. She was the chief of staff. She worked in the Curtis Jones. Curtis Jones was her mentor. He is her mentor. I can see a reality where, look, she put up a good congressional fight. A lot of people like her. She is very smart. I do like her personally. She's someone I've known, and she's a good legislator. But I think that Congress is not in the cards, and I think that she wants to be somewhere, right? And I think it'll be fun to see her in City Council if that's what she wants. I think that's where she's going to go. You heard it here. I think that's where she's going to go. I think that Curtis is going to retire in 2027. It's time. And he would agree with that. I think Curtis is retiring. It's time. He's got his pension. He's going to be good. He's going to retire. And the seat will be open. It will be a competitive race. But if Morgan goes for that, it's going to be her seat. So part of me feels like she's building up a nice concession prize for herself. I think she's going to drop out. Also, things that I've heard. Because, listen, you don't got to go all the way to New York City to get the tea and come back with it. Other things I've also heard. I heard that Johnny Patterson, who was supposed to be running against Andre Carroll for the state rep seat in Germantown, Tioga, and Logan, that area, he's not going to run for that seat. He's not going to run, which is good. So it looks like the odds was always in favor of Andre Carroll, but it's even more so. I think at this point, he's going to be a shoe-in for that seat, because next year in 2026, the state reps go for re-election. So he seems like his seat is going to be secure. Other things that I also have heard, Chris Rabb, who is running for Congress, there is a strong chance that he's not going to probably run for re-election for state rep. I've heard from close sources that he's been really kind of just really indecisive on whether or not he's going to even stay in Harrisburg. So if he does not win the congressional seat, or whether or not he does, he might just bow out of this whole entire political operation altogether. So we're still waiting, but there is a chance, though. There's a chance, a high probability, that he is not going to run for re-election for state rep. Whether he has a chance to get Congress or not, he just might put all his bets in on this congressional race, see it through, and hopefully get the nomination. But he's up against, he's got some good finance. He's fundraising really well. He was in D.C. recently, and he's been doing his big one. So we'll see. We'll see what goes on. But that's what I've heard. Now to other things going on. I think I want to start with LL Cool J. LL Cool J made good on his plan to come back to Philly. He's coming back to Philly. He is going to perform at this New Year's Eve countdown ball celebration. That's going to be in Evans Eakins Oval, which is nearby the Philadelphia Art Museum. That's good for Philly. I think that's good. I'm happy he's coming back. He's a fine old head, okay? LL Cool J is a fine old head. Okay, see, there are zaddies. He is zaddy. There are good men, okay? That's a good man. That's a good looking man. All right? That is zaddy. That's an older man. He is 57. He's older than my father. Okay. Now, he's been married for like over 30 years. So let me behave myself. That's a married man. So that's a married man. He's been married for 30 years, okay? As the same age as my husband. So listen, he's the type that's old enough to get the let me be, that's a nice looking man. But he is 57. He is a Capricorn. He's going to be turning 58 on January 14th. 58? My goodness. Huh. James Todd Smith. Look, he's lived a decent life. That's a decent man. He's never really been in too much trouble. Decent guy. He is headlining a free New Year's Eve concert. It's going to be at the Benjamin Franklin Parkway. I thought y'all wasn't doing anything on the Parkway because of those neighbors. But he'll be there. Will Mr. Owens be there? No, I will not be there. I will not be there. But there's going to be some other people there. There's going to be some DJ Jazzy Jeff, Adam Blackstone, the Philly classics, Fireworks. There's going to be all types of people. Technician, the DJ, who has done work with Locks, the Locks, and or the LOX, but the Locks, Ghostface Killer. He's done DJing with them. But there's gonna be fireworks though at midnight. So it's gonna be a nice time. LL Cool J coming. We're excited. DJ Jazzy Jeff, a good time, a good Philly time. So yeah, this is gonna be fun. Now, Jasmine Sullivan, are you coming too? Are you gonna surprise us? You gonna surprise us? Come through. I feel like Jasmine Sullivan don't like to perform unless she really has to. It'd be nice though. It'd be nice for them to surprise us. Like basically give us 4th of July on December 31st. Now a lot of people has been saying that, the mayor doing this. I mean, I think it's nice to have something for Philly. I really do. I'm not one of these negative Nancys about it. I think that this is nice. It's nice. Does it solve policy issues? No. But I do think it's nice to kick off the semi-centennial year of Philadelphia with a nice bang. I think it's nice that we're starting off 2026 in this way. Philly has not had a New Year's concert. Let's have something nice for the city of Philadelphia, okay? All right? It's nice. It don't hurt anybody, right? So that's my thoughts. Hopefully it don't snow. Hopefully it's not crazy. I will be at home. I listen, I'm an old school girly. Ever since 2019, I'm old school. I'm at home. I'm with food. I'm with family and friends. I'm with my people. We indoors. Okay, all that gunshots and stuff. All my people leave by 2:00. Okay, We're safe. We all text each other if we're home. I do things at my house. I host a little thing at my house, a little something, a little something cute. Because, yeah, I just feel like, I don't know. I'm not one of those people that need to be at a nightclub on New Year's. Now, I've had some of the most extravagant New Year's celebrations. I did New Year's in Peru when I was in college one year. That was wild. Very, very wild. That was in 2000 and was I able to drink then? That was in 2011. Coming into 2012. Yeah. I went to Peru in 2011. That Christmas time, like right after Christmas, I went to Peru. I was there for like 6 days, like 7 days. Like I did a week trip to Peru. I think I left like the day after Christmas and went to Peru for this really fun trip. And it was like a study abroad, but I never did study abroad like a full semester, but I went and it was really fun. And I went for like 7 days, whatever, but I was there for New Year's and I was in Trujillo and I went to Machu Picchu. I did all the things. I did all the travel tourist things and did some service project work. It was really fun. And that was a really fun New Year's. Very fun New Year's. I was single back then. I'm just going to say I was single. And I went with some interesting people, actually. It was a very memorable trip, actually. Then I went to Israel, of course, but I didn't spend New Year's there. I went to Israel in 2012. What other New Year's I had that was fun? Oh, I went to the Bellevue. Before the pandemic and the renovations, I went to the Bellevue in 2019 to ring in 2020. And after that, I had New Year's in my house ever since. So I always do New Year's in my place. I don't really, I don't do New Year's anywhere. I think that's going to be a tradition unless something ridiculously extravagant or demanding my attention. But it's got to be with me and all my friends. It can't just be just myself and Mr. Johnson. It has to be something that's like calling me, you know? But other than that, it's going to be at the house. I'm not running downtown. I'm not. All that traffic, all that chaos, all that. No. So, Home Initiative. Let's talk about it. The Home Initiative, Cheryl Parker's version, it's gone. It's not happening. We can kiss it bye. Okay? We can kiss it bye. It's done. It's a wrap. It's finito. I know a lot of you all might have had your thoughts about it, but it's finito. It's a done bun. And we need to talk about that because a lot of you all get hype. A lot of you all are oftentimes thinking about what's next. And I think it's important to, recognize that symbolism. And yeah, it's not happening. And I'm going to explain what happened here. So, and this is my theory, this is my theory, but also rooted in some facts. So City Council decided that they're going to move through with their changes to the Home Initiative, which in many ways fundamentally changes Cheryl Parker's idea about how the money and things are going to be allocated. The Home Initiative is happening, but not the way in which Cheryl Parker intended it to happen. And so that political shift and that change is a pretty big damn deal. And it's a pretty big damn deal. And I think we need to recognize what this means and what this means for her mayoral political history, what it means for all of those things. So let me start off by saying that I told y'all so. I want to say that just to be silly. But no, more maturely, this is the first major time that City Council has pushed back against the mayor. Like, this is the first time that City Council has collectively pushed back against Mayor Parker. It's historic. And there were 3 people who did support her. Councilmember Curtis Jones. Now, I want to say that I think the reason why he did is because, low-key, I think his wife works for the Parker administration, and so pretty much whatever Parker wants, she gets from him, and that's like how political optics works. His wife, who is a lovely woman, she works. She is the city representative for the city. And listen, in the family. I get it, we know who what it is. And look, Giselle Jones is great. Love her down. But the moment she took that job, I knew Curtis Jones his votes were gonna be in the bag. Like, that was it. That's it. Well, he's gonna retire very soon, so we're not gonna have to worry about wondering where his votes are gonna be. But that's that. Anthony Phillips, of course, Anthony. Anything Cheryl Parker do, Anthony Phillips is going to support it. Okay, that the Northwest, she has his current seat. I mean, he has her previous seat. There's a relationship. The backdoor deals are done. Everything Cheryl Parker wants, he's going to do it. Even if he personally or privately agrees with it or not, he's going to do that, right? And then the Republican Brian O'Neill, which hopefully he retires in 2027, because Grandpapa has been there for over 40 years. He's in his 80s. Come on. The Northeast, give us somebody else. Let's wrap this up. Republicans, let's take all the Republicans out of City Council. So that's about it, right? Those are only 3. Everybody else voted for changing that home initiative, right? It was a win for progressives. It was a win for common sense. It was a win for affordable housing. It was a win for transparency. It was a win for City Council. Like, it was a win across the board. The Parker administration, they're upset about it. As they should. But here's the thing. The messaging wasn't there. And in many ways, they took too long, right? They did these interviews on different radio shows, avoided talking to me, as they always do. They was on some show called Studio What? I'm sorry. No. Studio 2. That's the show. Sometimes I say Studio 2 because I remind myself the show still exists. They also do their regular round on Solomon Jones' show. It's no surprise that Cheryl Parker and Solomon Jones are like besties at this point. And so you can always predict that he's going to always find favor for her because they're neighbors in the Northwest. And honestly, he's not going to ever ask her any tough questions. It's always going to be a friendly interview. And that comes from her own team. He always gives her friendly interviews. And I don't know, as a journalist, I don't want to ever think that anyone thinks I'm giving a mayor a friendly interview on serious topics and issues. But tomato, it's, look, that's people's style. And this is my podcast, and I can say that on my podcast. Just saying. But, she made her rounds with people who were never going to give her the accountable interview. I don't do friendly interviews. I don't do tough interviews. I do accountable interviews. My interviews are rooted in fairness and accountability. It's rooted in balance. It's rooted in getting to the truth. It's getting to the bottom of things. That's what I shoot for. And so, listen, when you're doing interviews where you're used to softballs, somebody's going to clap back. City Council did. Here's what I think happened here. I think that Mayor Cheryl Parker bit off more than she can chew politically. This time last year, City Council was making a tough decision to vote for the arena. Y'all remember that. And City Council really, as a group, in many ways, was bullied into voting for that arena. They were scared. They were scared of the optics because the narrative was, because of people like Ryan Boyer, who's over the building trades, people push rhetoric of, if you didn't support the arena, you don't support union jobs. And nobody wanted the bullying of unions telling them they were anti-union and being labeled that. Yeah, they played nasty. It was a nasty fight. Cheryl Parker, the mayor, saying that this was shutting down imagination in Philadelphia, shutting down opportunity and access for people. They had weaponized the black business corridors and the business opportunities to say that you're not business friendly, that you don't support black business and opportunity. It was all of that rhetoric. And so, a lot of people in City Council felt like their hands were tied, except for the 5 brave people that voted against it. And y'all know who y'all are. Okay, Rue Landau, Kendra Brooks, Nicholas O'Rourke, Jamie Gauthier, Jay Young, the Mighty 5. They were brave because I know that they stood on business and that they knew that political hits were going to come, but they knew that deep down inside, this was not the answer. And clearly Comcast and those developers also agreed, because right after that vote was made, about 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, here I come breaking the news to you all in January of 2025. telling you all, yeah, that arena ain't happening. And so it was a moment in time, right? A lot of egg on the face of the park administration. They try to act like everything all good. No, it wasn't. They were bamboozled. They were hoodwinked. And that's just the bottom line, okay? We can call a spade, right? But it was embarrassing. And members of city council were heated. I remember Jim Harity and I was speaking after that press conference in early January, and he was mad. He was heated because there was a lot of political capital that was expensed on this. There was a lot of people that were pitted against that community. It was a moral vote. It was an emotional vote. It was a vote that was driven by fear. It was a vote driven by optics. And a lot of them did, if you could have told them, could they have voted for that the way they wanted to? I think the arena vote would have still maybe happened, but I don't know. Actually, I'll take that back. I actually don't know. I think it would have been a tie or something. I don't know. But I really feel like a lot of people really did not want that arena in city council. And when it didn't happen, some of them on the side was like, thank God. The only problem is with the thank God was that you did vote for it. And people remembered that. And history remembered that. And people were like, look, progressives like, look, we saw that you were willing to sell out Chinatown for billionaires and developers. And I think they played their hand. That you all knew that vote wasn't good. That community benefits agreement was trash. Okay, the CBA was trash. Off the CBA alone was garbage. Y'all are willing to sell us out for such a low price. And that's what it looked like. And that trust. Listen, they all deserve to be challenged in 2027. Those people that made that vote, they deserve to be challenged in primary or whatever. I do believe that. I stand by that. However, that was it for Parker. That was it for the Parker administration. There was not going to be any more major political chips that she could try to push because the arena situation was just terrible, right? But she did. She wanted to push home next. City council had their arms, once again, strangled. Because I think the fear that they had was that if they voted against it, shout out to Kendra Brooks for voting against it. Nicholas O'Rourke was not present, but Working Families Party was like, nah, okay, stand on business. But I've talked to members of city council and their staffers and people close to them where the logic for some of them were that, you know what, really, they did not want to feel like they were anti-home. They didn't want to feel like they were anti-home growth for people. They didn't want to feel like the rhetoric was going to say anti-affordable housing. They didn't want to look like that. So they said that some of them said they took the vote so they could have a seat at the table to really nudge, right? And so it allowed them a seat at the table to at least have an opportunity to sit. Because once you vote no on something, people just think, okay, you don't want it, you're not even worth talking to, right? And then you build a reputation in some people's mind that you are not workable, that you're going to always say no when it's not your way, and you're just going to always not be workable. Some people, like Isaiah Thomas and others, I think some of them have the mindset that even though they are critical, they can be critical and then vote for something, but at least they have a seat at the table to be able to negotiate things. I will agree on sometimes you can do that and sometimes no. I think with home, I do agree with that notion that you can vote for home. I do understand the logic for home. Arena, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. Sorry. Nah. No. That was a yes or no, and people showed their hand. Home, I do think I understand the logic of Gautier and others that supported it. They support the funding. Let's be clear. They support the funding, right? But that's the sticky part. I think that the Parker administration assumed that they was going to be able to then push through with how they wanted home to go through all the way. And city council need to get their fucking lick back. They knew that their get back and their lick was to flip home upside down, and goodness gracious did they do that. And I said, wow, I'm impressed. Because I thought that city council was going to sit back and just let the Parker administration bulldoze them through. I thought that Council President Kenyatta Johnson not have a spine. He got a vertebrae, but he don't got the whole thing. I'm still waiting to see some other things, but he got something there. There's something there. Because I just thought they was going to lay down and take it. And so for them to do that, I think that was strong. Also, it gives them opportunity to neutralize the situation with them and the progressives. Because now progressives can say, okay, well, Arena, We're going to let y'all slide on Arena because Arena didn't go through. That vote was fucked up, though. But we going to let bygones be bygones with the Arena. But we need to see a win and see how y'all feel. For them to do that, they gave the progressives what they want. That's a political play. That's why Home Initiative didn't go through. I think the Park administration just didn't do a good job of messaging. They was too late. Y'all going to churches the week of? Nah. And I think they just overplayed their hand. Who thought they had the votes? Who in the big three thought they had the votes? Was it Sinceri? Sinceri Harris? Did you think you had them votes? Like, who did they talk to that they thought that they could get those votes? Because my analysis never suggested that they were going to get what they want the way they wanted it. And I just feel like there was just some bad political maneuvering over there. Something's going on with that big three. And I'm going to tell y'all something. I can't speak too much right now. Too early. But I'm going to say this. 3 letters. FBI. The FBI, I've heard from sources on background. The FBI has been talking to people in that administration. I'm not going to name who. I'm not going to name what. I'm just going to say the FBI has spoken to somebody recently in that administration. And I have some receipts on several other people. But I know how this go. I got to let some stuff play out. But y'all heard it here. If you haven't heard it here anywhere else, you heard it here on Ernestly Speaking. It's Ernestly Speaking exclusive. But the FBI has been circling that Parker administration. You asked me for what? For what? I can't speak on all that. But I'm going to tell you right now, somebody in senior leadership in an administration will not be with this administration at the end of next year, by the end of next year. I will tell you that there is going to be some major employee shakeups in an administration with senior leadership. Mark my words. It might even be sooner than that, but I'm going to tell you right now. Ooh, this might be too much, but I mean, you know what? Fuck it. It's Ernestly Speaking. The big three, as you know it right now, you see it right now. I don't know if the big three is going to be all together by the end of 2026. There's going to be a shakeup. I ain't going to say who. I ain't going to say what. But that big three is like a TV reality show. It's like America's Next Top Model. Which one is it going to be? Is it going to be Vanessa Garrett Harley? Is it going to be Tiffany Thurman, the chief of staff? Is it going to be the chief deputy mayor, Sinceri Harris? Which one of them three? But I'm telling y'all, I know some things. I can't spill it all right now. It's too early. It's too much. But I think there's going to be a major shakeup there. And I think the FBI has been sniffing around those circles. That administration. Pay close attention to who you're seeing and not seeing. Who you're hearing from and who you're not hearing from. What people are saying, how they're describing themselves. Pay close attention. That's all I'm going to say on that. That's all I'm going to say on that. And we're going to move on. Stay tuned. Stand back and stand by. And we're going to move on. So this week's Ask Ernest, you all have been asking me a lot about this case or this situation with this guy from the University of Michigan. His name is Sharon Moore or something like that. And I'm not going to get all into the mix of this. It's a situation that sounds deeply personal, but public and troublesome. There's a lot going on. A lot. For starters, you have a situation where there's this, I guess he's this coach, $13 million, promising career, was married to a white woman, hired this younger white woman as his assistant, got her pregnant, may or may not have used some funds inappropriately to get her a plan B. I guess It came out. He lost his job. He goes back home to his family. He's apparently potentially suicidal. There's a break-in. Police are called. He's now detained. I might get all the other parts messed up, but it's very ridiculous. It's very embarrassing, and it's very traumatic for everybody involved. What's been annoying is that the takeaway in a lot of conversations online, and even in some of my own networks, I want to say my close friend circle, because they're just checked out of this kind of shit. We stopped caring since I'm trying to think, when was the last time we cared about a dynamic like this? Maybe Jonathan Majors, and I'll get to what I mean by this in a minute. But like, at this point, there's a pattern. But the response that a lot of people have been saying online is, oh, he should have got him a black woman. The moral of this story is black men don't chase quote unquote snow bunnies. Oh, get you a black woman and you won't have these problems. So on social media, I had shared on my Instagram and Facebook, and I'm going to read the quote actually, because I think that I'm going to read directly so people can just know exactly what I said. I said, I know the same people who often say, quote, black women aren't here to clean up your mess, aren't the same ones also saying, quote, Sharon Moore should have married a black woman. I know every trash can deserves a lid, but black women shouldn't have to be his or Shannon Sharp's. Let's stop this line of thinking, please. End post. So that's my issue, right? Is that the answer? Is that the best thing that you all could come up with as a response to this? That somehow it is a black woman's responsibility, even in the situation narrative she didn't include herself in. Okay? It's obvious that this man has his own preferences, desires, to each their own, right? But I'm just trying to figure out, why are black women being invoked in the conversation? Clearly there's something wrong with him on a deeper level. He has issues with fidelity, whether it's a white woman, a black woman, or whatever, right? He has issues with being faithful. Like, this is a man who had a family. He married someone that he was supposed to have loved, had children, had a good career, and he squandered it on his own, right? So clearly this man has an issue with fumbling the bag. He has an issue of being faithful. He has an issue of having self-respect and dignity for himself, because for him to hire an assistant, have a unprotected sexual experience where this woman could be pregnant with his child while he's married. Like, this man has other issues going on. And to be honest, let's just start there. His own character. So for anyone that suggests that a black woman, or any woman, mind you, should be the solution or remedy to this man's fuck shit, it's already going about this the wrong way. Women are not a utility to prevent men from their own demons. Only a man can do that. Only a human can do that. You're responsible for your own actions. Self-respect is key. This man has no self-respect or self-responsibility for his own actions. So to put that level of burden or labor on any person, regardless of their gender, sexuality, or race, is ridiculous. But we're going to get to the idea of black women being the utility, because that seems to be the common thread with a lot of these situations. We saw it with Shannon Sharp. No one told Shannon Sharp's old middle-aged ass, he's in his mid-50s, to go fuck around with a 19-year-old girl that's old enough to be his daughter. No one told him to do that, regardless of her racial identity. She was white, but no one told him to do that. And everyone's out here quoting Monique. Well, Monique told him. But listen, again, the answer isn't another woman. The answer is you. What are you doing to get your shit together? Why do black women have to be thrown into a conversation where clearly the men involved didn't want them there? It's obvious that this Sharon Moore guy, whatever way you pronounce his name, clearly isn't attracted to black women, or at least in his recent history, that's not what he's pursuing, whether through extramarital or marital. That's not his interest. So why are we having a conversation that invokes black women when they're absent from the conversation and it's preference, which he's entitled to? Let me be very clear. But why are we invoking black women in this conversation? Second of all, why is it that we are signing black women up to as if there's no other options for them, like as if they're like a draft pick, as if that's what they want to be doing, is being some remedy for some clearly morally bankrupt man. Like, I don't know why that is the response as well. I mean, there's a lot of things, right, that could be said, right? Why isn't the answer that man should have got some healing? That man should have went to therapy. That man should have just kept it in his pants. That man should have hit up his homeboys and talked to his friends. Like, why is that not the solution? Because looking at that situation, I think the man needs help. And I don't think black women are necessarily the help or the rescue, because, again, why am I volunteering someone else's agency? It's how I feel as a gay person. When the straights invoke us in their shit, I'm like, why did I have to catch the stray? Now, why am I in it? You see, like how Nene Leakes said it, right? A famous Sagittarius whose birthday is on the same day as Nina's birthday, which is the same day as Taylor Swift's birthday, which is December 13th, apparently. But I'm sitting here looking like, now, why am I in it? You see how they just always put me, that's the energy for me. Like, why are they in it? Why are black women in it? Why is anybody in it? Like, why is that the conversation? I mean, you would have been better off saying, he should have got him I don't know. Maybe he needs to be with a man. Because a man would be, let me stop. I don't know. But I just feel like, why do we always sign black women specifically? I feel like in all these conversations, black women, even outside of relationship romantic advice with men who date white women, no one is saying that when they're dating white women in peace. No one is going, there was encouragement here. And another issue is that the backhandedness of this is that we see a culture that consistently demean black women and oftentimes downplay black women. Like, there's always a situation, not always, because I have some black friends, male friends, who are in relationships with white women. And they're in healthy, respectful, meaningful relationships. They're not in counter to a black woman, but more so who they love. Like, I don't date black men in spite of white men. I am married to a black man because that's who I'm in love with. Like, it's not like, if you ask me why am I with Mr. Johnson, I'm never going to have the conversation being like, well, because these white guys be out here. That's never been like the response for me. It's been because I like him. He's nice. He's supportive. He's a very compassionate man. He listens to me, like he actually hears me. He comprehends what I'm saying. He considers me. He considers me without even me having to reiterate. I mean, some people in relationships where they have to remind a person to consider them and think of them. I don't have to do that with Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson just is just proactive. He's passionate. He's thoughtful. He has a life of his own, and I'm appreciative to be a part of it, as he is in mine. And we build and we grow together to be better people. And we make each other great people together collectively. That's why I love him, and that's why that's my man. But that's my response. I think when people are responding in ways that is reactive to somebody else, that's always a recipe for disaster. I can't tell you how many times I have heard men, not in my friend circle, because if I have anybody in my circle that feels like they got to justify dating a woman of another race as a response to black women in some type of capacity, red flag, get the fuck out of here. Reframe your statements. I don't want to hear that shit. That shit's weird, right? But I go to the barbershop, and I hear dudes in the shop, in the spots, talking they shit, talking about black women in very problematic, infactual, stereotypical ways, myopic ways, right? I'm not saying that you can't have an experience. Listen, romantically, I've only dated black men my entire life. That's what I've attracted. That's what attracts me. And it's not to say that I don't like white men. I don't know. I will never know at this point. I'm in a monogamization with a black man. I will never know. I would say if you're talking about physical attraction, I think there's attraction across all races. I have found beauty in everybody. But when I think about compatibility, I haven't have had experiences with people from, you know, other races outside of Black and Latino, or I haven't really had experiences that opened itself in that way. To be clear, someone said, "Would you have been opened?" I mean, open is subjective. I mean, I think it's all about attraction energy. I just throughout my life, in my 20s and whatnot, in my years. I mean, I've been taken off the market for a long time, so my single dating pool life is very limited, y'all. So some of y'all are like, well, did you ever listen? I was off the market at 22. I'm 34 now, so it's been 12 years with one brother. So I ain't really had too many too many chances. When I think about when I was growing up in high school, I went to predominantly Black and brown high school. So the majority of the people I went to school was Black or Latino. So most of my dating situations was in that type of terrain. I never really had too many opportunities to date white guys. And then when I went to Penn, most of the white guys, I wasn't the ones that were trying to, I guess, holler at me. I wasn't attracted to them. They just weren't, I mean, James Franco didn't come up to me. Tatum O'Neal didn't come up to me. That wasn't what was coming up to me. Guys who look like Josh Shapiro will try to holler at me. Not Josh Shapiro, let me be very clear. But guys who look like Josh Shapiro will try to holler at me. I was like, you corny. I don't, Well, we can be friends, though. Like, I have friends. I have white friends. But those were not the types that were, not the ones that I would have been attracted to. Like, I'm not, like, I think when people say things like there's no race, I'm like, listen, there's attractive people in every race. There's attractive people. At least for me, like, I've seen attractive white guys. I've seen attractive, Asian men, attractive Latino men, attractive Black men, attractive. I've never been. There's always someone that's attractive, right? So attraction is not the issue. I think because there's more than just attraction, right? It's about compatibility. It's about chemistry, right? You can meet someone and think they're attractive, but then you're like, oh, you're just not. You're not something. You're not nice. You're not. Right? So there's also those dynamics, right? There's a lot of layers there. But again, when I think about my time in college, like in undergrad, like the type of guys, the white guys that tried to holler at me, they were nice people, personality, but I just wasn't attracted to them. And then some that I didn't necessarily pursue or anything like that. I was like, oh, he's kind of cute. They were normally straight, or at least that's what they claim to be. So it's just you just never, it's just that's just what it was. I wasn't chasing. I wasn't, on my way, And then let me be very clear. I don't chase no man. I don't chase nobody. It goes the same for Black. Like that's just not my energy, But I engage with people that engage with me, and so most of the time, the type of people that were coming up to me throughout my life in my single years were predominantly Black and Latino. And there were some Black men who came up to me and I was not attracted to them. And it was like, okay, thank you, bye. And there were some that weren't. But, it was just all about chemistry. And so I think in a dating pool, speaking from myself and my experience, there were white guys who tried to talk to me. Either they were too old. I was not trying to go for that energy. A lot of older white men. And I was like, oh, that's not me, baby. You too. And that's how it was in general. I mean, if it was, if it was LL Cool J, I said that earlier. I mean, that's not, I have class, but I'm just saying, like, it wasn't them type of men in general. Like, in general, older men, like when I was younger, older men, But I think that's because I was mature and smart beyond my years. I could read, I read books and I can have a conversation. And so sometimes they just thought that me being able to talk to them for like an hour about books and things meant that I was flirting. I actually was just interested in the conversation. I wasn't trying to get anything more. But yeah, I wasn't, older men from different races definitely tried to talk to me. And so that was the thing. I was like, well, you look too old. I'm not trying to, I was like 20, 21. And I'm looking at these men, I'm like, sir, you're 40. No, 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 no. And again, it wasn't Leonardo DiCaprio type of, it wasn't that either, even though that's, again, but that was just not what I was going for. Like my mom is 20 years older than me. I was never going to date someone the age of my parents. Like, Cory Booker, and I'm just, there y'all go. Like Cory Booker's wife, I think he's like, what, 18, 16 years older than her. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not dating nobody that older than me. Like, that's not, I can't do that, y'all. That's just, so no. So there was also the age thing. And then on campus, the white guys who did try to talk to me, I wasn't attracted to them. Or I had situations where it wasn't actually an attraction. It was more like a fetish. And I'm not trying to be fetishized. So I've had my encounters, and that pool was just not there. Now, there were some white guys, a couple that, like, oh, he's a nice guy. He seems very nice. But, he was straight. See, that was the ones. It's like, not doing that. Like, I'll give you an example. Ryan Felipe, the one who was dating Reese Witherspoon. Now, I heard he's a mess, but like back in that, I was like, oh, he was cute. He was in the movie Crash. Now, he was problematic as fuck in the movie Crash. But I was like, he's a cute white guy. But like, it's just what it is, right? But no, it's just no. I just, most of the time, the type of men that I was attracting and that was putting that energy towards me was mostly black and brown men, Latino men, black men. That's just where it was. And mostly black guys, I would say. I dated a couple Latino men in my past. Not too many, but a few. But mostly black men. I think my energy, my personality, and I've been in situations that were very anti-black, where there were some guys who I was interested in that were not black that would say things like, oh, you're really cute, but you got a little hood in you. I'm like, hood? What are you trying to say? Oh, you what you want? Oh, you want a Ralph Lauren model? Oh, I don't know what to do with that. Oh, you wanted me to change the way I talk? I mean, what's wrong with the way I talk? So there was some of that energy where it was this thing of like, they saw me one way, but then when they hung out with me, I guess the way that I guess they found out who I really was. I don't know. That was like they would be like a little like a, but I wasn't changing myself up for nobody. I was just like, hey, what I want is what I want. So I found that most of my dating experience, I guess it was a limited window before I got taken off the map. It was with black men who knew what it was giving. They liked what they liked. They knew what it was. They wanted me in all of my realness and all of me. I wasn't going to switch up and change. And I say all this to say, because I'm going to keep it 1,000. But a lot of folks that get in these interracial relationships, not all, by all means, not all, but I've had friends who had it. So I'm talking from experiences that I've seen happen to some of my friends. They feel like they have to change aspects of themselves in order to get these types of relationships where they feel desired. And in that pursuit of feeling desired, they feel like they have to make compromises to who they hang out with, how they interact, what social things they do, all that shit. And I just feel like if you can't be in an equally yoked relationship where the person you're dating, that's reinforcing of white supremacy in my mind. Like, I just feel like if you are in a relationship with somebody who is not the same race as yourself, especially if you're black and you're dating a white woman or an Asian person or whatever the case is, and you feel like you got to make compromises to your own social strata, your personality, your dialect, whatever, to date them, then does that person really like you for who you are? And if you feel like you got to do that to seek their desirability, what's wrong with you? Love yourself. Like, love yourself. Seriously, love yourself. I've dealt with some people and there was things I would hear, stuff I would observe, and I was just like, this is not healthy. I've had friends, straight male black friends who would date a white girl or whatnot and be in an environment and the person is uncomfortable being at certain functions or they got to, watch how they talk or things they say. I get some aspects of like cultural sensitivity. I get that. But there's a difference in feeling as though you have to change up your whole self. And I hate when people say things, I've seen this on the internet too, this is trash, where people will say, oh, I got to get me some white friends so I can go travel and do different things. Stop putting that shit on black people. Shut the fuck up and cut that shit the fuck out. You just don't got the right friends. Stop acting like anybody, right? I have white friends, I have black friends, Latino friends. I got a variety, right? I don't have issues like that. When I hear certain black people, like idiots like Meek Mill, talk about I gotta do business with different races. I gotta make my stuff. I gotta get out. When I hear that kind of anti-blackness from black people that say I gotta do this, I gotta mix up this, I gotta change my network stuff, and they place it on black people as if it's a racial thing, I tell people, nah, it ain't about the race of the person. It's about the type of circle you hang out with. I hear a lot of anti-blackness in my own community, but I also hear it from people in other communities. They feel like they got to hang out with different people for different things. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You need to change the circle you're in. You need to change the values of the people you're hanging out with. That could be said for anything. Listen, my circle of my black friends that I met in college, that I met in my network, I have some of those brilliant people as friends. And they're also black. And I'm black. And they're not brilliant just as black brilliant people. They're just fucking brilliant, period. Rhodes scholars, entrepreneurs, attorneys, educators, innovators, engineers, artists, musicians, culinary folk, sensible, ethical influencers, you name it. We got them all over here. I just think everybody has to just stop with this. I don't know. I just think a lot of people need to just look at within themselves and look at what you're attracting. I have no problem with who I attract. I'm talking on a personal level, professional level. And I think sometimes when I hear people say things like, oh, I need to get white friends. It's like, well, what is the difference between a white friend and a black friend? How are you assessing this definition? And what does that mean? And oftentimes there is a social unspoken rule that are set within marginalized communities, which I don't placate into that shit, but I know people that do, that feel like somehow there is a level of access or respectability or opportunity that comes from assimilating with whiteness. Well, listen, that's not a friendship, baby. That's a business transaction. If you're looking to socially climb a ladder, then just say that. All right. If you're assimilating whiteness to aspire to some level of social strata or whatever, and you're looking up a certain type of colonialness appeal, like if you're trying to climb up some Wall Street ladder, you're trying to build some level of what, then say that. Say you're trying to climb up some ladder, some traditional white ladder, then go say that and go fuck off and do that, right? But don't call it friendship. Don't call it legitimacy. Don't call it like validation. Don't call it those things, because you don't have to do that to get validated. You don't have to do that to have a friendship. You don't have to do that to find real love. You don't have to do any of these things to achieve those things. You're attaching race to virtue, but then you're getting mad that people are side-eyeing you for the relationship and decision that you're making in your love life. Interesting. The man that spends his time bashing black women at the barbershop, talking about how he needs to get a white woman for X, Y, Z things, then gets shocked when things go left and they get in some trouble or something, and then all of a sudden begin to placate into the same stereotypes that got them there in the first place. I can't tell you how many situations I've seen over this. There is a man many, many years ago, went to my barbershop and was just hell-bent on making it a point to talk about how he's married to a white woman. And we was like, we don't care. I mean, not in a way that we don't care that you're in love. We were just like, okay, we're happy for you. Next conversation. Like, but just felt like he had to make it a point that, oh, he was just so good to sisters and no sister wanted him. So, they missed out on a good man. Well, sorry, baby, let the sisters decide. Any black woman in the room, did y'all want this? I was about to say that word. Child, to stop myself. Y'all want this motherfucker? Because you know what I was about to say. Y'all know what I was about to say. I ain't going to say on this podcast. But y'all know what word I was going to say. Because I just sit in a room and I'd be like, do any of y'all want this? And so this guy was just like, oh my God. He was like, oh, I'm so this. I'm a high salary earning black man. And I tried to give sisters a chance, but they didn't want me because I was too proper. No, you're a dickhead. That's what it was. You're a dickhead. That's what it was. You're a jerk. Hearing how you talk now makes me realize why none of them wanted you. You was a jerk. You was a jerk. They didn't want you because you was a jerk. It was not because you was some smart, intelligent, accomplished black man and nobody wanted you. I'm so tired of the geek narrative. Oh, no black girls like me because I'm into anime. Shut up. That's not true. There are black women who like anime. Not everyone likes anime, but there's a lot of people that do. Stop trying to act like you're some unique, chameleon that was some unfair looking in. No, what it was the type of woman that you wanted, you thought you was entitled to, didn't fucking want you to fuck back because you was corny. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe that the type of people that you all claim that you feel like you're entitled to, and there's a lot of issues with men in general, okay? There's a mindset that you feel like you want this 5-star woman in your head. But the problem is, looking in the mirror, you probably a 2.5. And I'm being generous. And so whatever that woman is, it's her considered desire. But you probably wasn't her type, and it was not because you liked anime. It was probably because of the fact that you probably wasn't interesting. Or maybe there was no alignment. I know black women who like geeks. Well, not geeks, nerds. Nerds, that's the right word, right? Nerds? Nerds are geeks. I think it's nerds. Nerds, not geeks. But I know black women who like nerds. I know some black women like geeks. I know black women like all types. Some black women are geeks. Some black women are nerds. But what I've noticed, what I've noticed is that there are some men who are geeks, but they want that stereotypical bombshell girl that 9 times out of 10 wouldn't want them regardless. Okay? And 9 times out of 10, if you a geek, go for a geek. Look, let me tell you about me. Okay? I was a fine nerd at Penn. I was a smart man. I dated me a smart black man. I dated the man, an Ivy League nerd like me that read books and like shit. I married my match. Okay? That's what I did. Listen, when I was younger, I used to go to the clubs and I would see guys with big old 6-packs and looking good, looking like, it was hot. It was giving adult entertainer, content creator energy, right? But those guys didn't want to date me back then. I was too goody. They would say, you cute, but I feel like I'm going to break your heart. I'm like, damn, break my heart then. Break my Listen, that was in my mindset, but they were like, you too smart. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? You want me to be dumb? But I didn't know what that meant at the time. Like, they were like, you're cute, but you're just you too, they wanted somebody rough around the edges, they said. I said, well, I ain't rough around the edges. I'm not rough around the edges. I can't, but I would get rejected. Now, what's funny is, okay, fast forward to, now, 2025, oh my goodness. We all done got older. Everybody wants a piece of me now. But I got a ring. I'm like, nah, I'm good, And now what's funny, now they tell me, those type of guys, oh, you're so hot, you're cute, you're whatever, but I know you, you too good for me. You too good for me. They'll say things like, oh, they admire from afar. And here's the thing, ain't nothing wrong with that. You can admire from afar. But that's life, right? And it's also part of growing up, right? You grow up, you can grow into your looks. Like I love how I look right now. I really do. I've always found the beauty in myself, no matter what size I was, what height I was, whatever. But I think also with life, you develop your own sense of style, swagger, vibe. I think I'm at a point in my life where I am very aware of my style. I know what I like to wear. I've gone through various fashion transitions over the years. We don't got to talk about my closet. But I think now I'm in a sense of like I'm very much hip to my style and what I like and how I like to dress and I'm very hip to it. And my style can evolve. My style will evolve, but in different ways. But I'm in tune with myself. And I think what happens is that some men, specifically men, I can't talk for women, but for men that I know and men in my circle, especially black men, we don't give ourselves the time to give ourselves grace to evolve in our styles and our taste. We don't know why we like the things that we like sometimes. We don't know why we want what we want. And I think specifically with younger men, because I am a big brother to my younger brother, who I'm a big brother to, I say, why? Why? Why her? Why that? Why this? Why? I ask the question, why? To interrogate your own interest. And even when you talk about those things, how do you say them in ways that make sense to you, but also make sense to everything else you got going on? We don't have enough of those conversations. We just look at something and say, it look good. Okay, well, that's your second brain talk. Is that your top brain? You know, because you got two heads on your body. Is it the one up top or is the one down? The one down can easily make a decision for you, right? That's nothing. But I'm not asking what that head is thinking. I'm asking what your head up top is thinking. And I think that is a challenging conversation. People are not having enough of that, where sexual desire does not equal alignment. A beautiful situation can be when you are the perfect match is a person that you are attracted to inside and out, where you don't feel like you have to compromise on one aspect or another. That's ideal for me. I've been in situations where there was a sexual attraction and alignment between me and the person. Like, we both was feeling each other. Like, it was like, ooh, you're hot, I'm hot. Ooh. But intellectually, socially, other things, it just was not a match. It was not a match. But then there were some people where there was an intellectual connection where I was like, wow, we're vibing. We have so many things like we have in common. And sexually and physically, it just was not there. I don't think anyone should settle on either or. I think you should go for the person that does all those things for you. I don't think there should be a compromise. I did not compromise. I did not. I went through periods of time where I was single or took breaks from dating and just hooked up. I was like, I'm not in a space where I feel like being intellectually stimulated. I was at a place where I just wanted to be stimulated. But I was honest about that. And I think too many people are never honest about, you know, where they are in life and what they're looking for and where they're at. And I think there's all these external pressures. And I say all this to say, because everyone's like, well, where are we going with all this? Is that too often these conversations around interracial dating, these conversations around finding the perfect one, all of these different things. Like, the kids are talking about swag gaps, which I'm like, what the fuck is swag gaps? Like, there's a swag gap. Like, Justin Bieber is dressing like, a guy on the corner of Kensington, and Hailey Bieber, his wife, is looking like she's going to Soho. Like, what's going on here? They say it's a swag gap. I mean, it's just alignment, y'all. Like, we using all these little words. Like, there's another word people been using now, talking about some polyworking. What the fuck is polyworking? I'm going to tell y'all this. I saw this. The internet, everybody just making new words every damn week, y'all. And and when I tell you what this word is, you're going to laugh, because I made a joke about it, okay? And I think too much of this. So let me tell y'all what this was about. Because I cracked up. People was cracking up with me. I said the internet is just making a new term for everything, and we got to stop this. We got to stop all these words that are just falling from the sky. So the term is called polyworking, is I believe what the term is. And I got to talk to the straights, because I'm just like, why are y'all trying to make everything? So polyworking, it's a noun. Okay. Polyworking. It's the practice of holding multiple jobs or roles simultaneously, such as a full-time job combined with part-time work, freelance gigs, or running a side business. That's what they call polyworking. In other words, being a Jamaican or hustling hard. I never knew any other term. You just working Jamaican. Jamaican got multiple jobs. And that's not to be shady, okay? Y'all know I keep a bag. I'm hustling hard. That's what I came from, hustling. You making ends meet, baby. Polyworking, what is that? So the new term is polyworking. I thought it was something else when I first heard it. But polyworking is a term. But we create all these terms. So the new word they call it is a swag gap, which is basically when there is a disproportion in both the person you're dating and you on a style. So one person there's a differentiation between the swag or the presentation of the person. One person is on a different wave than the other person. And so there's a disjointment in style and appeal. So they call it a swag gap. And it was talking about Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco, her husband, like how they went on the Today Show or the Late Night Show or whatever, and he was dressed up like he was going to the beach and she was dressed up like she was going to the Met Gala. Listen, let me just say this with this whole swag gap thing. Opposites attract, y'all. I don't know why everyone's thinking, you don't think these people knew this when they were dating? Like, I feel like I'm at that age where I'm starting to see everything reverse itself. Like, I feel like I'm at the age where, I guess that's that age, right, where you see trends, right? There's all the new things and then everything reverses itself and reinvent itself. Like, I feel like I'm finally at that age where all the things that I guess my generation, which was already reheated nachos from the previous generation, but like I'm at the phase where now I'm seeing the things get replicated in front of me. Because poly working, wasn't that like the gig economy? Did we call that the gig economy like 8 years ago? Swag gap, wasn't there like a conversation on being equally yoked? Am I not using the right terms? Like, wasn't like years ago when everybody was talking about, are you equally yoked? Isn't that the same thing with this swag gap shit? Like, is it just me? I don't know. But like everybody's just changing these terms, but they're all the same conversations being rehashed. And so I saw this say with this week's Ask Ernest, because I think it was all over the place, is that one, stop trying to treat black women as a utility to save all, end all. Like, stop that. Stop treating black women as a last resort or a consequence for black men exploring racial relationships, and the consequence or the remedy has to be black women when they fall from quote unquote grace. Like, let's stop that. Let's stop treating black women like a consequence of something or a remedy for something. Like, let's just treat them as full-bodied humans that deserve love and intimacy in ways that is not treated as an antidote or a fucking, treatment, right, to somebody else's illness, right? Because that's what we're treating this like. We're acting like there's some type of vaccination or something. Like, oh, time to you didn't went out on a wild with white women and with the bunnies and got rabies. Now a black woman, get the black woman vaccine to now cure you of that. We got to stop that. It's so fucking misogynistic. It's rooted in misogynoir. It's so disgusting, and it just needs to stop. So that's the first thing. The second thing is know why you dating who you dating, and understand it. Okay, like, stop dating people as a counter to somebody else. Stop dating white women because black women didn't do something for you. Just go find a black woman that you truly love and genuine, or just attract who the fuck you attract and be happy about it regardless, and stop making it as a response or reaction to somebody else. I didn't date Mr. Johnson because some white man didn't pick me up off the street. I didn't date Mr. Johnson because, somebody didn't validate me in some type of way when I was younger. I'm dating Mr. Johnson because Mr. Johnson is who I want to fucking date. That's who I'm married to. That's who I love. Like, we dated because we are attracted to each other. Like, that's what it is. That should always be the answer. If anybody around you is justifying it as a response to another race of women or to another group, it's already a chop for me. Because what that's telling me is that this is a performance. This isn't real love. And that goes on both sides. Okay? Because let's not act like all white women. Let's not act like all white women are dating outside their race in the name of love. Because there are individuals that I've known, I had to check, that was doing it on some fetishism. Okay, we know what y'all think about that ebony cock and that BBC. Oh, please don't act like you never heard it before, straights. Y'all, please. Okay, all of that type of rhetoric and fetishization needs to stop. Okay, everybody needs to stop fetishizing each other when it comes to romantic dating. If you want to be fetishizing for your own private self-intimacy needs, you do what you do in the privacy of your home with your hands to yourself. That's your business. But when it comes to actual interpersonal relationships, understand and separate the fetish from the connection. Look, we all got eyes. We all can see. And we all have every right to look and not touch, right? But understand that those types of fetishes and desires and all those things, everybody has them. But recognize that when you project them onto actual romantic relationships or relationships with people in ways that's not of your liking, it's not okay. I talked about this many years ago. I wrote a piece for The Advocate. It's an LGBTQ magazine. And I talked about a Me Too experience I had. Now, let me be very clear. I was not sexually assaulted or raped or anything of that nature. I just want to be very fully transparent. But many years ago, when I was an LGBTQ editor at Philadelphia Magazine, part of my job and my role was to go to a lot of LGBTQ events, galas, fundraisers, clubs, events, just to be able to really understand the community. And, I knew about the community, but, to go out to events. And so one of the things that would happen, in my early years, I was like, this was back in 2016. So y'all, this was like nearly 10 years ago. I was like, 20, I think I was 24 at the time. And I would go to these events and I was the young, black, skinny boy. at the time, or man, let's say man. And at that point, Mr. Johnson and I, we were boyfriends. We were not engaged yet. Yeah, we were not engaged yet, but we were dating. We were like what I want to say about 2 years into the relationship. And I went to this one event, and there was this older white man, and he was always like very. I mean, I guess at the time it was very friendly, but then it became friendly to becoming creepy. And one of the things that would happen is he would come up to me, he would compliment me. Nice man, nice older man. I mean, clearly I was not attracted to him on any type of level, but definitely was just always nice and things. But then it would get like really weird. He would, ask where was, my man. And I was like, oh, he's not here. He's like, oh, by yourself? He left you there all by yourself? I was like, okay, you're doing too much, but no, I'm good. I'm here to do my job. And so then it was this thing where I would go to events and he would come up to me. And this is a thing in the gay community. I don't really know what the straights be doing. I don't really, most of them don't do it. But when you go to events, especially in the gay community, like there's a thing where men, when they see you and greet you, sometimes a lot of older, it's more old school. It's not like younger people that do this, but like a lot of older gays do it, where they come up to you and they will like side kiss you on the cheek, or like, like on the like on a side kiss, like the way that like some women do, older women do when they see each other and like things. It's like a thing that a lot of older gay white men do. So when I first started at G Philly, like I never had this experience. I never knew these encounters. Like most of the time I was with gays my age, so we always like hugged each other and stuff like that. But it was like, but these older gays, what they do with each other is they see each other and they will go up to you and they will give you a little smooch on the cheek on both sides or something. But like that's the way they greet each other. And so in some cases, like, like if I don't know you like that, like what? Like I was taken aback one time. I was like, whoa, my face. And it wasn't because, I mean, it was like, first of all, y'all know how I feel about my skincare and my face and my regimen. I'm like, hold on. Look, I just put my serum on. Ew. And this is before COVID. Like this has stopped a lot because of COVID. But this is the shit that used to happen before. So that was a thing. And so in this situation, this guy comes up to me, he greets me, the same man I was telling you about, but he does a little smooching thing on the kiss, on the cheek, but he like basically slaps my butt and goes, oh, you black twink, you hot black twink. But he calls me a black twink. And I know what a twink is, and I'm not going to define what a twink is here. You go look that up. I'm not here to educate all that. That's TMI. But he slaps my butt and he calls me a black twink. And I was like, okay, that felt a little bit inappropriate. And it's weird because in certain gay cultural spaces, there is, and the dynamics about it, like in retrospect, and I wrote about this years later in The Advocate, but I was just talking about like there's a culture where Black queer men and queer men of color specifically, especially younger, and I'm just talking from my experience, there seems to be a culture in those queer spaces, elite spaces that I was in. I was going to galas around wealthy white men. This was in the Ed Buck era. Y'all know who Ed Buck is. You don't know who Ed Buck is, look Ed Buck up. But there was a culture where I felt violated. I just felt like that was too much. Okay, hug, little smooch on the cheek. That's the culture, right? And I wasn't necessarily against it. It wasn't my favorite thing, but I wasn't like, stop doing that. Where I was not against that. But I just felt like calling me that name, slapping my ass in a professional space, I just felt like that was a violation. And the thing about it is that, and I remember Terry Crews talking about this, the actor Terry Crews, who's a hot mess, but in this regard, he talked about being sexually assaulted. But he talked about this experience where a man grabbed his, genitals in a public space, and it was a white man in this industry event. But like what it attempts to do is that in those spaces, right, I am newly on this job. I'm one of the only Black people in this room. I'm probably one of the younger people in the room. And in many ways, if I would have spoken up and been very vocal in that moment, right, just started my career and really, breaking into this opportunity, and I would have had a moment, which I would have been entitled to. But if I would have done that, I know how the tables would have turned. I would have been framed as the angry black man. I would have been framed as the angry black man. I would have been excommunicated, because I know in retrospect, looking back, that was some of the stuff that happened to other black queer men. I didn't know that at the time, but down the road, when I started doing Gabriel racism and talking and reading, I was hearing stories from these men that would say that they had been violated in certain ways by certain people. And the man in question who did this, he is no longer alive. But he was a very powerful, influential white gay man in Philly. And when I first wrote about this, he definitely was someone who was pushing for me to be blackballed in the community. And I never spoke on this, and I never named the person publicly. I'm not going to. This person has passed away. I'm going to leave that there. But they're known very much in the community. And when I eventually did speak up in certain spaces, not at that time exactly, but I know that person definitely, tried to blacklist me. It did not work. At that point in my career, I was very public. I was very much like, no one wanted to fuck with me at that point. But at that time, the dynamics of everything was just, the dynamics of who they were, where I was at. And so that was like my, I guess, Me Too moment, but not anything super egregious, but also just a matter of like power, right? Of like someone taking advantage, someone, doing that in a way where they know that because of their power, that they can't be, that they could do something like that. And it's also one of those things where it's not, again, speaking for myself, because everybody has their boundaries, right? It was something that wasn't too for me, for my boundaries. I'm not talking about, because I know this might come off as insensitive, but for at least my boundaries, I knew that as a man, as a black man, as a man of my age, that I knew it would not be looked as something that was egregious enough to cancel him, even though it was inappropriate, right? But at that time, we got to remember where we were. This is before Me Too. This was 2016. This is before Me Too had exploded. This is before people were talking about sexual harassment, misconduct in that type of way that we do now. It was never okay. From 2016 to even 2025, it was never okay. But I want to be clear that at that time, context matters. The dynamic we was in society, the racial dynamics. I was fighting neighborhood racism at the time. Like, I understood that there was so many other things that could have been at stake. And I knew the optics of my positioning at the time and who I was and where I was at, that this is what would have happened, right? What would have happened was this white man would have, got a slap on the wrist. I would have been told, oh, you're too difficult, you're uncomfortable. People would have not invited me, because they would have said, oh, well, he's going to be there and we don't want to make it uncomfortable. So rather than tell him he's not invited because of his stature and his position, I would have had to be the one that was going to have to bite the bullet and not, I would have been the one that had to pay that price. And so I think about several women who talk about this in the industry. I hear other men that talk about these experiences. I know. Me too. I know. And it happens more often than a lot of people think. And, at that time, I didn't really have any, like, allies that I felt like in that business, that industry at that time, that really could have, like, had my back at that time. And by the time I built allies and close people in the space, I had moved on. That life came for that person. Karma is a bitch. Life dealt with that person in a way that I always say the trash will take itself out. I didn't have to do anything. I just kept living my life and moving on. And, I don't wish ill on anyone, but life had happened the way it happened for that individual, and that's what it was. But I never publicly shared that name or shared that person in that way. And even though privately they were still being vindictive, like they were still doing things on the low, just in general, because I think there was a sense that they felt like they was entitled. I think there was a mindset that they felt like they should have gotten, who turns them down. Because I know there were some who didn't. There were some that were like, whatever, right? Because that would give them access. That would give them, certain opportunities. That would give them certain jobs and certain things. I just wasn't that person. Never have, never will be. I've never had to play the whole position. I've never had to play the pole position. Listen, woo, baby. One day one day we'll do a tell-all. One day. Not now, too early. But I've never, it's never been worth it. And so sometimes a lot of you all will ask me questions like, why you not on this? And why you ain't got this? And you could be on this and you could be on this show and you could have did this and I see this for you. And why won't you work with this person? And why won't you go on this? And why won't you? Let me tell y'all something. What y'all got to understand is that for some very talented people in this business that y'all are trying to force relationships with or force collaborations with, there is a reason for the season. There is a reason why those things don't happen. And sometimes they might be painful to share. Sometimes they're just not, it's not worth it. But just understand that I am someone that is very strategic. I'm someone who is very thoughtful. There is barely at this point in Philadelphia media specifically that there's not one idea that's crossed my mind. And so if you are wondering why, just trust me when I say there's a reason. And don't ask me what is the reason. Just know that there's a reason. Because a lot of you all will ask me every day. You'll say, why are you not on this show? Why are you not on this? And why are you not collaborating with this person? And why are you not doing this? I will tell you up and down. There's a reason. Period. So, I digress. But I'll say all this to say, just be better people. Keep your hands to yourself. Stop cheating. Stop being a whore. Stop, being anti-black. Be a decent person. Have some class. Have some self-respect. Show some respect. And yeah. That we should be good, right? We should be good. So that's the real tea right there. Real quick. This isn't about Ask Ernest, but kind of is. But before we move on to the arts and entertainment and everything, I do want to take a moment real quick to talk about my girl Fawn Weaver. She's the CEO of Uncle Nearest. She's the big boss woman doing her thing. There's been this viral video clip that's been circulating around the internet pertaining to her and how she talked to this guy who, approached her at a signing for outside of a liquor store. I watched the full video, and a lot of you all can watch the full video yourself and see things. And, a lot of people are going hard on saying that, she embarrassed him and she was humiliating him and this, that, and the third. And I just think, you know what, y'all, give people a fucking break. I watched that video and I could relate. And I think a lot of times, there's just a sense of vilifying people that are successful. And there are some people that are successful that are just total jerks. But I know her personally, and I'm not saying that she can't make mistakes because no one is perfect. But when I looked at that video and the full video, you could go on our Instagram page and look at that full video. I think there's something to consider. When I watched the full video, which also proves the point of what she was making earlier, but let me get to this. When I watched the full video, I saw a woman, a high profile woman, she's a public figure, being bombarded by folks who wanted pictures, introductions, and things. The moment she hit that ground, there was a long line waiting for her. She has fans, clearly, and there's people coming up to her left and right. And I watched it, and she's navigating that. She's navigating that with grace as much as she can. She is literally, people are like, safety, right? This is a black woman at a time where black women say she's a CEO. She's doing big things. Safety is important. I know she's got security with her and things, but she's trying to be relatable. She's trying to be there with the people. And, we're at a time and age where everybody feels entitled to your space when you're a public figure. Everybody feels entitled to your time. They feel entitled to it. And I get it, because for what much is given, much is expected. But humans naturally, any person with that level of attention is going to have moments where they are uncomfortable or they're unaware. And so when she's walking, there's different people coming up to her, giving her bottles of sign, pictures of sign. And I'm seeing her. And like, there's some people that literally, some celebrities, some famous people, y'all, that purposely are like, no signing gifts, no this, I don't do that. That's why a lot of people don't do it. I understand why Beyonce say, fuck y'all. Because the way that y'all do, the way that they've done Fawn with this situation is exactly why we see a lot of people like the Beyoncés and others don't really do signings, meet and greets and things. Because everything becomes an opportunity to misread the room and to just, and I just feel like that's the case, right? In this situation. So she's taking these pictures. She's got to get to the signing. She's got a long line of people that it's a damn that she do, damn that she don't, right? If she goes, first of all, if you watch that video, there's one side of the room, not the room, the outside of the place where there's a long line of fans that wants pictures. The other side is where she's answering, where there's certain people that's just out there running up on her, trying to get pictures with her, that's just coming up on her. She's trying to make it to the event on time, to go in there to get ready to sign these things. These people could wait in line and have a proper greeting. But instead, they want to run up on her with things. You got people from some mayor's office. You got folks that got business. They're like, oh, I messaged you a couple times. Ma'am, I know that Fawn gets thousands of people messaging. You know how I know? Because I get hundreds of people every week. Y'all know it. Some of y'all are the people that on a regular basis are in my DMs, pitching me a story, sending me things, telling me traumatic experiences like I'm a therapist. I get a bunch and I rarely respond. Some people, I might heart it, might thumbs it. I try everybody I can't get to, everything. I just don't, right? But I know that just in the nature of that, there's going to be people on Reddit. There's going to be people that's going to be on some internet site that's going to, if something's said about me, they're going to get in and say I'm a bitch. They're going to say that I'm difficult. They're going to say I think I'm better than everybody, that I'm bigger than my britches, that I can't answer an email, that their kid needed some money from a GoFundMe and I was a bitch because I didn't give them $25. That they were struggling and that I don't help Black people because I didn't cash app them this amount when they wanted me to. Like, y'all got to recognize and read the fucking room. This shit is crazy. And I'm not complaining because, look, I am who I am, but I've learned that I can't make everybody happy. I've learned that I am not a fucking money tree. I've learned that my success does not have to be shared to everybody whenever they want it, however they fucking want it. I recognize that I am somebody's husband. I am somebody's son. I am somebody's big brother. I am somebody's bestie. I am somebody's frat brother. I am somebody's lip brother. I am somebody's president. I am somebody's vice chair. That I have plenty of people in my immediate life that I have to make sure I tend to and prioritize first before I just go out here for every single person on the corner. And it's not to say that I don't care about those issues. I do the things I can, but at the end of the day, I'm giving myself grace that I'm not responsible for every crisis, every problem in the world. I'm not. I stopped doing that many years ago because you'll find yourself in a situation where people take advantage and people will not respect boundaries. It'll never be enough for some people. Some people feel like they're entitled based on what? Because we have the same race, because we're in the same, sexual orientation we share, because we live in the same, side of Philadelphia, because we knew some of the people because we went to the same school. People will feel entitled to all of these different things from you. And what happened here with Fawn, I just saw that and I can relate. I'm very selective when I go out in public. I am. I ain't gonna hold you. When I go to certain events, I know, okay, cameras are out. People are gonna want to take pictures. People are gonna have conversations. People are gonna be recording. My lip brothers, we all know. I refuse to go anywhere by myself. I rarely go out by myself. I always have a crew. I got friends. My friends are looking around. My friend, there'll be a situation where someone will walk up to me and they'll act like they just want to have a genuine conversation. And my friend, we have signals with each other. And we'll look and there'll be a thing. We have certain little things we do. If it's a sketchy situation, my friend will come to me by the side and act like they'll create a scenario. They say, "Oh, Ernest, we got to go to the so-and-so, so-and-so." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, thanks, man. I got to go. I'm sorry." They'll just protect me because they know something's wrong. There'll be a situation where somebody comes up to me, want to talk to me or something, but there's a camera and someone's got a friend and their friend is recording and I guess they want a moment or whatever. And my friend will tap my shoulder. And that tap on my right will be like camera. And I'm like, okay. and I'll wrap it up. Or I'll go up and I'll say, hey, you got a camera? You want to take a picture? Or do you want me to record something? Like I will call it out. But it's stuff like that. And people say, wow, that's tough to live like that. It's worse things can be, right? But I'm just self-aware. And so I'm very mindful about when I do go out in public in certain ways. You know, because I know, like if I go to a public event, which I rarely do nowadays, but let's say we went to the Roots picnic. I know cameras out. People want pictures. People gonna want to talk. People gonna want whatever. I have a rule. I have a 1 minute rule if I'm in a very high expansive space. Unless I know the person clearly. But if it's a person I don't know, I'm like, I got 60 seconds. I don't say that to them, but in my mind, I'm giving myself a minute. I'm not gonna let someone talk my head off. I'm quick. And I'm like, hey, do you have a card? Do you have something? Let's follow each other on IG. I'll do an IG follow. We keep it moving. We working it. Sometimes it's not even a minute. Sometimes it's 30 seconds, but we'll keep it moving. I'm just telling you, I'm putting y'all on game. Some people are just friendly. They just want to come up and say hi. And I love that. I love it. Like, I'm not a person that's unapproachable. Like, if a person comes to me and say, oh, I like your podcast. It was really nice. Or I saw you somewhere. I love stuff like that. Because that's genuine. Like, if I, I go to, I went to the Sarah McLachlan concert. I told y'all this earlier, and I met a couple of folks that listen to the show. And I love that because I'm out and I went to that concert by myself, actually. Because, nobody wanted to go see Sarah McLachlan with me that night. But I went and I got my life. It was just something for me. I just had a good time. But it was a very chill experience because everybody was just there to have a good time at the concert, right? But some of these like big events, for example, Whiskey Fest, right? It's myself, it's Mr. Johnson, it's my crew. We go in deep. But one thing I like when I have my crew with me is that it's very seldom that people would get too excessive. Like they recognize, oh, he's with his people. Let me just say hi. I'll take a picture. I'll take a selfie. I don't mind doing stuff like that. But I'm very mindful about boundaries now. My girl Fawn, look, on the low, that's my guy. Hit up, we talk, whatever, show love. I was like, you gotta get you a crew, baby. You just gotta get you a crew. You just gotta have people with you. Because what happened to her was that this guy, who apparently she went to middle school with, this guy saying he went to middle school, first of all, the way he came up on her was just really fucking aggressive. Like this dude, she was walking, he ran up to her, looked her dead in her face, said, you don't remember me? I thought that alone was weird. And no one seemed to acknowledge how weird that was. But this man, literally, grown-ass man, went right to her and straight in her face and looked at her dead in her face, you don't remember me? And she was just like, that was just imagine you're already bombarded by a bunch of people. And you're a woman of a certain age, and you have this man who comes up to you in your face in his very confidential way and says, do you remember me? And she's like, no, sir. And she's backing up. And you could tell she's uncomfortable because that shit is uncomfortable as fuck. I cringed watching it. I'm just like, is anyone noticing the language, the dynamic here? How chaotic this shit is and how, listen, she's in a situation right now where her property, her ownership, could you imagine how uncomfortable that shit is? So he starts trying to recollect and she's like, this woman is about to be 50. She's like, sir, this is how many years ago? So she's trying to make lightheartedness of it. And I think people thought that she was embarrassing him. I think she was just trying to calm the situation down. I know what method she was trying to do. I don't know if it landed with some people, but she was kind of trying to calm the vibe because it just seemed seemed weird. And the irony is that in this moment where he was doing this to her, he was filming it. Someone was filming it. And then shamed her, tried to shame her online about it. And then, fortunately, she had somebody who was videotaping her, in general, and she was able to provide the full footage her damn self. But, the fact that stuff like that happens, yeah. I listen, I've been through situations where I'm very selective now. The room is surveyed. I'm looking around. We're surveilling the premises. It is giving, my crew is like Secret Service. And we do it with each other. Because when I'm with Josh, sometimes we go to certain events, people do get weird with Josh. Even Jamarcus, when Jamarcus would be somewhere, he said people will come up to him and based off of just knowing him, based on some stuff. But we'll go out and we have each other's back. But, Listen, we got to hold it down. Public figures, don't go nowhere alone. Go with security, go with a crew, bring your people with you, but do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Because that's important. Protect your safety. I digress. Now moving along. So with movies, Golden Globe nominations just came out last week. We were talking about surprises, what was going to happen. Yeah, I mean, one battle after another got a lot of nominations. Sentimental Value got a lot of nominations, which was a little bit of a surprise. Sinners did not do that bad, of course. Some big surprises, I will say, was that the supporting actress nominee from Sinners didn't get nominated, but I wasn't too shocked about that. But was very surprised to see Emily Blunt in The Smashing Machine. She got nominated for Best Supporting Actress. That was quite the surprise. Very surprising. But it was a wow moment. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, yeah. I was just shocked about her. Other major things, I guess snubs or not snubs, I suppose. Like everybody's been having different takes and thoughts. Jennifer Lopez did not get nominated for Best Supporting Actress. It looks like Jennifer Lopez is out. I thought Kiss of a Spider Woman was going to be Jennifer Lopez's J-Lo's big moment, but they just don't really like her like that. I'm bummed about it. Kiss of a Spider Woman, she was good in it, but I guess it was not good enough. Major snub for her. Bummer. Yeah, it looks like that. I mean, Kiss the Spider Woman got no love whatsoever, and that was very telling. I was very surprised about that. I just knew there was going to be a chance for her, but no, that's not happening. It looks like, yeah, that was a big one for me, Jennifer Lopez, because y'all know I love me some Jennifer Lopez. Wicked for Good did not get nominated for um, Best Musical Film. Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande both got nominated, so that was good. We was happy to see that. But, you know, that was a shocker. Umi Mosaku in Sinners, I thought maybe she would get nominated for Best Supporting Actress. That did not happen. I was surprised about Eva Victor for this indie film called Sorry Baby. She got nominated for Best Actress. Um, yeah, it was a lot. Wake Up Dead Man, which was on Netflix, that Knives Out's third film, which I thought was really good, that got snubbed. That didn't get no nominations, not even for Daniel Craig. I was shocked by that. Death by Lightning, remember I just told you about that show? I thought that was going to get some love. That got completely snubbed, but we're going to see what's going to happen at the Emmys, y'all. Don't sleep on that. I was shocked by that too. Um, yeah, people said they were shocked about Sydney Sweeney, Christie being shut out. Child, I wasn't. That movie was a flop. I don't know why people thought that was going to happen. I just think they just want to keep using Sydney Sweeney's name. Jay Kelly did not get nominated for Best Picture. A lot of people thought that was going to happen. A lot of people thought that Gwyneth Paltrow was going to get nominated for Marty Supreme. Looks like this is going to be another big one for a lot of people like him. Timothy Chalamet, he's still in the running. Tessa Thompson and Julia Roberts were both nominated for Best Actress. Tessa Thompson in Hedda, Julia Roberts in After the Hunt, even though it did not get that many good reviews. It was some interesting moments there. Jacob Elordi, a lot of people think he might have a chance to potentially get nominated for Best Supporting Actor for the Oscars for Frankenstein. I didn't think Frankenstein was going to get that much love. I was surprised by that. I was surprised that Frankenstein got as much love as it did. Michael B. Jordan finally got a Golden Globe nomination for an acting category. That was good. I think this is it. Like, he's finally found his big film, which is really good. But I guess people should not sleep on Guillermo del Toro. Another good one that I'm happy about is Ryan. We got to give props. But I'm really excited about that there's a chance that, you know, this director, right, who's been doing great work, Ryan Coogler, he might get 2 Oscar nominations, y'all. I mean, he got nominated for Best Screenplay, Best Director. He could probably be a 2-time Oscar nominee at the Oscars, for Best Director and also potentially for Best Screenplay. There's a chance. And I think he really has a chance of winning Best Screenplay. I think he could win an Oscar. I don't think he's going to win Best Director. I think that's going to go to Paul Thomas Anderson for One Battle After Another. Even though I must say this. Shout out to Tiana Taylor for getting her Best Supporting Actress nomination, and I think she's going to lock in for a Best Supporting Actress nomination at the Oscars. I think it's going to be between her and Ariana Grande. I think they're going to duke it out. I would love Ariana Grande to win, but I don't know. Because Wicked for Good wasn't doing that good with these nominations. Even though it got more nominations this time than it did last time. But the major categories, it got 2 Best Song nominations, but there was no Best Director nomination. There was no Best Picture nomination. It was a Best Cinematic Achievement nomination, which it won last year. I don't think it's going to win this year. It would be nice for Sinners to win this, because I do think that there was a lot of good things about the Cinematic Achievement of Sinners that deserves it. I would, if I was to vote, I wouldn't vote for Wicked for Good for that. I would actually vote for Sinners, actually. But it was a lot going on there. And I think let me say this about One Battle After Another. I have mixed thoughts about that film. It was not my best picture of the year. I think my best picture, well, I'm going to save that for later. But I did not like it as much as people did. I was a little annoyed with it. I did not like the characterization of the black characters. I really did not. The black women characters, I was not really feeling it. I did not like it as much as other people did. I understand it. It's all right. It's all right. But I was not a fan. It was not my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson film. I think it's a little overhyped. I really, there was elements of it that I did not like. I did not like what they did with the black characters. I really did not. It's a little cringy, and it's obviously these motherfuckers do not know how to write black roles. But like I said, Regina Hall and other cast members, Infinity, Chastity Infinity. I mean, listen, great performances. They did what they did with the material. I just did not like how they were written. I didn't. I won't tell the film, but Sean Penn was good. Benzino del Toro was good in the film. Definitely think that one of them, Sean Penn and Benzino del Toro, is going to go for the Best Supporting. I think they are the lock. I think either one of them are going to duke it out for Best Supporting Actor. People keep talking about Sarsgaard, which could potentially win for Sentimental Value. I can see that. But we got to see what's going to happen. I think the Golden Globe is going to let us know and SAG is going to let us know. But yeah, But I want to talk a little about Sinners too. People got to show some love to Sinners. People are playing with Sinners. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but the Rolling Stone magazine did their best picture, the best films of 2025, and they left Sinners off the list. I saw another group leave Sinners off the list of best films. I feel like there is a coordinated effort to try to take Sinners out the best picture conversation and really push up and pump up Paul Thomas Anderson's, listen, for there to be 25 films that come out, Rolling Stone, and for Sinners not to land in it, that's cap. That's cap. That's cap. That's total cap. I don't care what planet you live on. Sinners was one of the best films of the year, bar none. If we're going to have conversations where we have to keep saying Marty Supreme, and none of y'all see Marty Supreme, by the way. I've seen it, but a lot of you have not even seen it. How are you telling people that Marty Supreme is a better film than Sinners when most people haven't even seen the damn film, and Sinners has been taking over and holding it down for the whole year? Sinners came out in the spring, and that movie is still fucking talked about, popping, and watched and reviewed all throughout 2025. That is one of the best films of 2025. Fuck out of here. One Battle After Another, okay, cool, whatever. Put it in his top 5, I guess, right? Marty Supreme has not even fully come out yet. Everyone has not seen it. It is a good film, though, I will say that. But I just find it interesting that there's films that people have not even seen yet, has not even fully come out yet, and y'all are putting that in y'all top 25, and y'all exclude another one. Fuck out of here. I'm not here for this propaganda. Propaganda that I will not agree with, okay? Not here for it. I also want to add Zootopia is crushing it. It's getting like close to $1 billion in the box office. You know, Zootopia 2 is what I'm referring to. I like Zootopia 2. That is my pick for best animated feature. The first one won, the second one can win too. You know, sequels are always rough, but I just feel like that movie is just doing its big one. So I like it. I'm not criticizing. It has now become 1.1 billion globally. They love that movie, okay? And that is a Disney film, y'all. That's not even a Pixar film, okay? It's not even a Pixar film. It is doing the big one. Mm, mm. I'm just saying, a very good film. Um, it's yeah. I just really like Zootopia too, and then also next week, you know, Avatar: Fire and Ash comes out this week. I have seen it. I've seen it. This is the third Avatar film. And let me tell y'all something. I'm a millennial. Okay? Y'all know I'm gonna watch me some Avatar. Y'all remember I saw Avatar the first weekend it first came out the last weekend. Listen, I don't know what it is, but James Cameron, okay, we gotta preserve some of our greats. I know y'all talk about James Cameron, but when you think in my generation, when you think of a good film director of my generation, of millennial generation, James Cameron is the correct answer. Okay. Now I know you Gen Xers, y'all got Steven Spielberg. But millennials, we got James Cameron. He is our director. Ryan Coogler too. But James Cameron, that's our director. Okay? That's our guy. All right? He made the core memories of the millennial generation. Okay? We are not going to leave him out this conversation. All right? And I know some of y'all might claim him. I know the Gen Xers, they want to hold on to James Cameron. I can see it. But I can see a case for him being the Gen Xers. But I would say James Cameron is more of the millennial generation's director. Okay? Especially when you talk about Avatar. Okay? Especially when you talk about, I know you're going to talk about Terminator. You're going to talk about Titanic. But Titanic is, I mean, I'm willing to hear different takes on it. I just feel like James Cameron is the millennials director. But if we're going to debate, I will also add to the list Ryan Coogler as well. Fair? Fair. Okay, fair. But I can hear the case. I can hear the case for Gen Xers claiming James Cameron, but I still think he's a millennials director. He's also directing a film for Billie Eilish, her concert film, and she's a Gen Zer. So look how hip he is. So look how he's doing a very immersive concert film. And I'm actually gonna go watch that too. I'm gonna watch that. Um, but yeah, that I was. Oh, what I thought about the Avatar film. So loved it, liked it. I think I liked it more than the second one. It's really good. I noticed there has not been too much buzz about it lately, but I think that it's still going to make a splash at the box office. It's coming out right on time before Christmas, which I think is smart of them. So we're going to get into that. We're going to get into that. But I've gotten a chance to see something like what I saw. Very good film. Long, but we know that there's no such thing. James Cameron has spent forever in an era working on this movie. What are y'all talking about? Y'all know Way of Water. Y'all know what Way of Water was given. Okay, Way of Water was long too, but we like a long one. That movie was 3 hours long. But listen, when you take over a decade to make a new movie, you got to bring the heat. Way of Water came out in 2022. Um, it came out in 2022. It is now 2025, and here we are, 3 years later. He's dropped a new one. So I think this is a nice pace. Um, there's supposed to be a four coming out or whatever. A lot of people have been anticipating this film. Um, it's it's good. It's really good. I don't want to tell too much about it, but a lot of stuff gets explained. A lot of stuff gets explained, and yeah, it's it's good. This film is also 3 hours long. also long. It's 3 hours and 17 minutes long. Zoe Saldana is still in it. Sam Worthington, Sigourney Weaver, they're still on. The Kate Winslet is a part of this again. They're still on. Now, they're saying that Avatar 4 is supposed to be coming out in 2029, which means we'll have to wait 4 years for that film. And then Avatar 5 is supposed to come out in 2031, which means that we'll have to wait only 2 years from that. And then we should be done. We should be done. I mean, we're on the third one right now. So Way of Water came out in 2022. 3 came out in 2025. Avatar 4 is coming out in 2029. Okay, because let me remind you all, the first Avatar came out in 2009. So he's going to give us the fourth one. It took 20 years from the last one. I mean, this is a passion project, right? 2029. So I've been watching Avatar films for about 16 years. 16 years. 3 Avatar films. I've been watching, like, listen, James Cameron is doing something very different here. I mean, he's currently 71 years old. So if Avatar comes out and he'll be, oh God. So if it comes out in 31, that's 6 years from now. He'll be 77. Okay. About 77, 76 years old. Okay. I mean, that will be his last film, maybe. you know, you know. But he has said that what he did say is that James Cameron has said that if Avatar Fire and Ash doesn't make enough money to justify Avatar 4 and 5, he's ready to walk away and write a book to resolve the one thread it leaves open. So he's going to write a book. I don't want to read a book about this, but that's the plan. They're planning for the movie to drop December 21st, 2029. That's Avatar 4. That's the plan. Now, apparently, the final Avatar 5 will be December 19th, 2031. At that point, y'all, you know how old I will be? I will be 40 by then. So Avatar 5 will come out when I'm 40. Just for y'all who keeping track, the first one came out when I was 18. So most of my adulthood, we've been waiting. This has been an adult pet project for me. So James Cameron says he's healthy enough to direct Avatar 4 and Avatar 5. He says that he says he's good to go, and there's no reason not to do it. All right? We're going to see. We're going to see. We're going to see what's given. So, with music, there's been a lot going on with music. I'm just going to talk about one thing in music. One thing, one topic, one thing. Not going to spend all day on it. But the Brandy Monica tour just wrapped up. This past weekend, it wrapped up. Trina came out. She performed Here We Go Again with, Kelly Rowland, during Kelly Rowland's set. Let's talk about the good, the bad, the ugly. Let's talk about the good things. I think the best things about this show was that it was able to be completed. I had my moments where I was like, I don't know if Brandy and Monica is going to make it to 32 shows. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep the peace. We don't know. The fact that they was able to actually make it through and complete the show, I think was a beautiful, beautiful thing. So that's the first things first. They actually was able to complete the tour. and complete the tour, sing and do well. I think that was a good thing. Other good things. It was great to hear that Maya got a chance to engage a new generation of fans. I think that was a beautiful thing for her. Um, and yeah, I think that was good. I think for her to be able to, um, I love Maya. She's a great Libra. I thought that was a great opportunity to showcase her in more ways than one. So Maya was great. A big breakout star, well, not breakout star, but a person who got a chance to reignite their fandom. I think this tour, who benefited the most from it, in my opinion, Kelly Rowland. I think Kelly Rowland was the unexpected star of the show. And many people thought that she shouldn't have been built the way she was built. But I mean, Brandy and Monica. But Kelly definitely seized the moment and I think was the overall star, bona fide winner of this tour, like across the board. Kelly had no hiccups, no ups and downs. I really thought that Kelly benefited the most from this tour. This tour did a lot to reignite fans. She said she's going to have a tour next year. She said she's dropping new music. Look, I'm going to reserve my thoughts to myself about that. But I'm happy that she has had this opportunity to have that moment for herself and to really know that she's loved as an artist. So I think Kelly Rowland definitely benefited a lot, the most from the tour overall. Okay, the bad. Before I get to the ugly. The bad. The bad, Money Long. Money Long said she was sick. Okay. I wonder what this lead. Money Long, I think, had some interesting situations going on. I think that in some ways, the bad of this is that Money Long has some drama with Mariah. There's a lot of stuff going on. I wonder what this is going to do to Money Long's career moving forward. There just seems to be a bad season for her. I think had she was able to do the tour with all the other things, she would have kept her fan base there. But I think that someone who did take a net loss from this was Money Long on so many different levels. And it got to the point where when Money Long did decide to make some appearances, people wanted Maya. She got outshined by Maya to the point where people just was like, keep Maya. But then Maya couldn't do it. And then they got Keisha Cole, which wasn't that bad. But Maya was another breakout from this tour that I think that upstaged Money Long. So I think Money Long got the bad end of the stick all around, just in general. I think she needs to take some time to herself and figure out how to not make so many media pitfalls. She's a great songwriter. I think as a solo artist, she's having that Neo problem where I think they have a little bit of talent and I think they have some great talent, but I think at the end of the day, they think they're bigger than the program and then they want to beef with stars bigger than them. I don't know. It's really weird. But she's not the only one who's had this. Carrie Hilson had that issue. A lot of the songwriters have that issue. It's not a good look. What were some other bad things before I get to ugly? I guess one bad thing I will say personally is that I wish that the tour, that they would have been more solid with the talent. I feel like they did a good job of recovery from artists being missing. I think that they should have really understood their fan base a lot more because I really do wish Maya would have had the tour under Kelly. I don't know. I think they thought that Money Long was going to do something that she needed to do. I wish they would have rested in their laurels that the type of fans that's coming to these shows, this does not need to be a show with a bunch of new girls. I think this could have really been a cool combo where there could have been an opportunity to just showcase. Because that's what ended up happening, right? They showcased women of that era in the R&B era, the early 2000s R&B. So Kelly and Keisha Cole and Maya, of course, Brandy and Monica, of course. But I feel like they could have really just kept that as the core. Because I think in the beginning, the way in which they had the show and certain artists and acts on the tour, I felt like they were trying to put these other artists. And like, you don't need to do that. I don't know if it was a budget thing. I don't know if it's a money thing or whatever, probably. But I just feel like they should have really made the bill a lot more of women, millennial women. Like the way that we had B2K, the Millennium Tour for all the R&B boys and things that were out during that time. I wish we we need to have that for women in R&B from that era. Like what would it look like to have and I'm not saying everybody has to be big, 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 big stars, right? Like everything's, but like, maybe next go around, I'm not saying that Monica and Brandy gotta go on tour again, but what would it look like to have like Keisha Cole, Kelly, Maya, Ashanti, uh, I'm thinking of her. Maybe we have a little bit of Anne-Marie come in there, a little sprinkle of Anne-Marie, but she don't sound that good live sometimes, y'all. Fantasia. Like, what if we had like that kind of tour where we could have put some R&B women that was in that early 2000s, early 2010s. Melanie Fiona, bring her back, right? Like what if we had like a collection of these women that had it? And I'm not saying they have to be all together on every tour date, but like what if certain legs has certain women and people can pick the cities where certain women are going to be there, and we can have it like combo. Like we have a consistent couple of artists, but then we mix and match some of the other ones that can't do a full leg tour. Like that would be fun. I don't know. You like that idea, y'all? Like I would love that. Like I would love it. And it would just be, I mean, because I think that's what we want. I mean, that's what a lot of the girls want. Like if you're going to go ask these girls to spend this money on concert tickets, let's get a little bit more variety in the mix, I suppose. Like I understand, like Mariah Carey could do her own thing. Beyonce can clearly do her own thing. But I think right now, what I'm hearing from fans and what I'm sensing in the industry is that we got to have volumes. I think that that's the problem. I think everybody thinks they can do a solo tour. Not everybody can do a solo tour, and that's okay, right? But what would it look like to just have like a nice melody? I feel like when I was younger, there were a lot more concerts like that. Like remember the Ladies Night tour? Do you remember that? Many. I'm taking it all the way back where it was like Alicia Keys, Mary J. Blige, it was like ladies first, right? It was Alicia Keys, Beyonce, um Mary J. Blige. And this is when Beyonce was like on her like second album, y'all. So she wasn't like, but like even that, like could we have like a ladies first revival, but maybe with some other artists that, could use that experience? Maybe we could have Mary J. Blige. We can maybe bring back Alicia Keys if that's what the fans want. Maybe some other big build artists and names. And then some other, semi principals that could open some shows up. But I just feel like there should be opportunity there. I think there's a missed opportunity. We should think about that. And I think looking at the Brandy Monica tour, I think that's what that felt like to me. I didn't end up going to the show. I wanted to go to Atlantic City, but I ended up having a gala that night. But Nina went and told me about it. A lot of people liked the show. They said it was good. So now to the ugly. The ugly. The ugly. I feel like the person that, well, let me back up real quick because I guess I didn't give her guts. I also think a good thing was, I think this was good for Monica. I'll put that in the good. I think Monica really shined a lot. There were people that said that she didn't sing some hits that they wish that she would have sung. But I did hear that people did say that Monica really shined a lot. Like she was very consistent in her vocal prowess and her talent. And so I will put her in the good category. Now let me get to the ugly. I'm starting to think that Brandy is the problem, y'all. I love Brandy. She's a vocal Bible. She can sing. But I think at this point, I'm going to have to say that I do think that Brandy is the problem. I have skipped over the many concerns about Brandy over the years because I have been a Brandy fan, and I have chosen to skip over the time where she lied to my fave Oprah on that interview. She hid her marriage, and I understood why she felt like she had to do that. Even though that was a little bit too much, all the lying, all that, like she didn't have to do all that. The situation where a person's eye, remember the guy from IMX, the situation with Wanye and Adina Howard. I skipped over that. I ignored that. We're not going to talk about the incident where someone was killed and that was tragic, and I wasn't, we're not going to talk about that. But there's just so many things over the years. The colorist remarks that she had said with Kelly Rowland, this whispers about her and Beyonce having their own little issues. But I just feel like Brandy's very talented, but Brandy's the problem in some cases, y'all. I just feel like, I don't know what it is, but Brandy has a mean girl spirit in her. I just feel like Brandy is just, it's something going on. I just felt like this tour really, I mean, she got a new book coming out called Phases. I know who one of the co-authors of the book is, and he's Garrett Kennedy. He's a great writer. He's a great journalist. He's a great music writer. I'm gonna rephase this and understand Brandy more, but I just kind of feel like Brandy, she sometimes can get in her own way. And I think one major thing that needs to be said, Mr. Norwood, Ray J. Norwood, Raymond Norwood, whatever, Junior, whatever. I think having him attached to the tour in any capacity was like the worst thing for the tour. I hated that this beautiful reunion between these two black women, which, mind you, they have love for each other and real recognizes real. And it was beautiful for them to be together and sing. And let me just say this, Brandy can still sing, okay? She's the vocal Bible. Them vocals are vocaling. She has the talent. I do not question Brandy's talent whatsoever. I question some of Brandy's actual actions sometimes. But yeah, I just felt like the tour, I hated that the tour was clouded with so much mess. I really do. And the irony was that everyone thought the mess was going to be between her and Monica, but it was just like her and other things. I felt like the Beyonce stuff going on, I just hated that became its own saga. Ray J adding fuel to the fire. Ray J not knowing how to shut up and stop being his sister's way. Like, I mean, even the fact that it was him who was hinting at them going on a tour together. And it was like, why did you do that? Like, why did you dry tease it? Let her have her moment. It could just be unbearable and insufferable at times. And yeah, I just felt like there was too much going on with the Norwood camp for me. But alas, she'll be on her book tour. Hopefully we'll get some understanding of her in that book. And yeah, that's that. As far as TV goes, Bel-Air, the final season, is a wrap. I'm a little upset. First of all, the show ended pretty well. You know, there is a cameo at the very end of the show that was really heartwarming. And, you know, I got to see my frat brother wear the letters on the show, which was great. It was a great show. The ending was, you know, it was a great way to end the show. I loved this season. It was really heartfelt. It was rushed, y'all. It was rushed. And it wasn't rushed. It wasn't rushed. Like, season 4 was not rushed because of the script or whatever, right? It was rushed because of the final episodes. Like, what annoyed me about this particular season was not the show itself. So they had 8 episodes, but the rollout, right? So the season premiere was November 4th. They dropped 3 episodes on November 4th, 24th. I'm sorry, 24th. Back up 24th, right. Y'all, it was less than a month. Like, they really dropped this shit like within 2 weeks. And I was really irked. So they dropped 3 episodes November 24th. 3 episodes on November 24th. Then they dropped 2 episodes on December 1st. Then the next week, they dropped 3 more episodes, and that was it. Like, everything just kind of just was rushed. And yeah, I was really upset that they didn't really, like, you know, kind of roll this out in a way where we could all kind of enjoy it, you know, make an event of it. They just kind of like bum rushed it and just got out the way. And that just, I was just like, wow, this is a really big show. Like, this Bel-Air, like, this was a really good remake, y'all. And I just hated that they just kind of dumped it out there. 30 episodes, 4 seasons, you know. I was a little irked by that. The show premiered on February 13th, 2022. That was, you know, Mr. Johnson and I, that's our relationship anniversary. And it, you know, finalized December 8th. So it lasted for about 3.5 years. But I mean, all of them are going off and doing their thing. I mean, Coco Jones is now a Grammy Award winning artist who is continuing to get Grammy nominations and do great work and good music. So I get it, but I just wish they would have just gave it a little bit more space. Now, a show that is hot right now, that's on HBO Max. Mr. Johnson has put me onto it. You know how I feel about TV. This show is called Heated Rivalries. It is a queer show. Before y'all start, there's no black queer people, it's white queer people. But it is a spicy ass show. It is spicy. And it's called Heated Rivalry. It's based on a book. And they already got a second season, even though the show hasn't even finished its first season yet. But basically, it's by a woman named Rachel Reed. The book is a novel, a popular enemies to lovers romance novel about two professional hockey players who have a public rivalry, but a secret passion affair. Baby, the trade was trading, honey. This is a good ass show. I know what that's like. I've had situations like that. I ain't gonna get into it, but there's multiple books in this series. I'm actually interested in it. There's a book called Game Changer, The Long Game, but like it is spicy. It is spicy. Shane Hollander and Yelena Rosnoff. But they have this public rivalry, but privately they're in love. They got this secret hot affair. It's really spicy. But the show is on. You can catch up with this. Not that many episodes. I think there's only been like 3 or 4 episodes already. But you can catch up it's a new show. It's a new season and all that. It's on HBO Max. So if you're somebody that's looking for a new show to watch, I highly recommend this. So get into it. And then where do I want to start? Okay, because y'all know I guess I'm a Swiftie, whatever. You asked me, have I seen this Taylor Swift docuseries? You know what? I'm taking a break off of her. I may have watched it, may have not watched it, but I'm not going to talk too much about it. I mean, she gave her workers $197 million in bonuses, which is pretty kind of her. But I'm not really feeling her right now. I mean, it's one of those type of people. She's one of those type of people where, look, I'm going to listen to some of the music. I do like the music, some of the music, but I'm not going up for her right now. I just find her, I don't know. There's so much going on. And I just find her just to be overexposed. I want a break. Take a break. Just take a break. Get married. But I'm not really invested in her personally. Like, she's just one of those people where I like her music, some of her music, not all her music clearly, but I like some of her music. I appreciate the popness. It's fun. But I'm not invested. I'm checked out. I just find her to be not what just so many artists right now are just doing a lot more and just showing up in a different way. And we're in the middle of chaos. And I just don't give a fuck about you taking up so much space to just censor yourself in this way. There's people out here that's talking about things, advocating about things. And I'm not talking about just straight up politics, but there's just so much more that's happening right now. And when you have that much fucking money and that much influence, I just expect more. And that's just where I'm at. And yeah, I know people tell people to just shut up and sing, but nah, you're too big to just be this quiet or just too. She had way more to say when she didn't have all this money. And I just feel like now it's just kind of like you're just being a comfortable rich white woman. And you want to find so many ways to, like, now it's like, oh, my concert is such a thing. Like, okay, girl, but like, I don't know. I'm just over it. Over it. Moving along. So this show called Pop the Balloon, everyone is talking about it. Pop the Balloon, not the straight version, but there's this queer version on YouTube. There's a guy who I know, he's the host of it. And you've probably seen Instagram clips and things on the internet, TikTok clips and things about it. But this show, there's a gay version of Pop the Balloon, and it was supposed to be a 30 and up edition. If you can YouTube this, if you want to watch it yourself, if you dare. But this show, it involves black queer men. They're in Atlanta, so you already know what it's given. And they're looking for love, apparently. But there's a lot of hangups. And it's a show. There's a bunch of episodes. But I just watched the most recent episode. I should have, I should have had my friend. Anyway, I think that's what I'm doing. I'm going to watch it with some of my friends. Bring some of my friends over. We're going to watch this and going to kiki together, actually. I think that's what the Liberals are not going to do. We're going to get together because we got an appointment. We got something to do this week. I'm not going to say we're going somewhere this week. to this restaurant. I will not say what restaurant it is until we finish the meals, but we've been finally invited to go to a restaurant together, to this particular restaurant that has been talked about, and we are going to give it the Lit Brothers review. But afterwards, we might get together and pop some bottles and celebrate some things. Stay tuned. But anywho, we might watch this, but it is a very interesting show because even if you're straight, you should watch it. It's entertaining, but I'm looking at the hangups around Black queer men in the dating scene. And I was just baffled to see some of the stuff that was being said and discussed on this show. And it kind of made me a little sad because I was just like, is this real or just entertainment? I'm just telling myself that this is just a stereotypical show. But some of the ways in which those balloons are being popped, I just don't know if these are the right dating shows anymore. Like, I think it's time for us to all grow up. Like, I think it's time. I think it's time for us all to grow up. I'm really over it. I'm really over these like superficial shows like Love Island and all this stuff. Like, I am watching Love Cabin on Zeus. It is trash TV. We already went through that already. But I'm just over it. I just want people to just have a little bit more substance. I don't know. I think we're getting past the trash era. I think trash reality TV is like has hit its plateau, just like Trump. I feel like there's a correlation. I think we were all into trash shit because we were electing trash to the White House. But I think now we're exiting that phase in our lives and our taste. I mean, it will come back eventually again, but I do think we're looking for more sophistication. That's what my mind is telling me. Well, that concludes this week's episode. I'm looking forward to some restaurants. I'm going to 2 interesting restaurants that are buzzy restaurants this upcoming week. You'll be seeing more and hearing more about it. This week is a big week. This is, I feel like in December, mid-December, I always roll out big announcements, big epic things happen. And I think that this is the case. I think we have something I really feel like a big announcement. I think it's time, y'all. I think it's time to get you all excited and pumped. And I cannot wait to talk about next episode. I think this week is the week. I think we're ready. We're ready. I think it's time. And I'm looking forward to some more holiday parties and celebrations and public appearances and other surprises that might come. So, yeah, I just want to thank y'all for being on the journey with me and more to come. And as always, be well and be best.
Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.